Every day, every time. For a searchable listing of today's court hearings, visit our website, Superior Court.
It should be good, yeah.
We have one person who needs an interpreter, right? It's Torres, right?
Yes, okay.
So I see.
Interpreter, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. This is Luis, Spanish interpreter from Lionbridge. My ID is 6574. Waiting for your instructions.
Okay, good morning, sir. I think we have at least one gentleman who needs your assistance, but I'm going to make a general announcement so if you can, announcement so you can interpret that also first, okay?
Yes, of course.
Can you hear me?
No problem.
Okay, so I make sure you can. All right, good morning. This is the 2 a.m. calendar on April 4th, 2026.
Entonces, esta es una audiencia el día 4 de abril de 2026.
The court orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
Sí, de igual manera, la orden es para poder tomar muestras de ADN y de huellas dactilares para poder seguir con este proceso.
When I call your name, you'll stand behind the podium and give me your name and date of birth.
Sí, cuando ya mencione su nombre, por favor, necesito que se coloque en el podio y me indique su fecha de nacimiento.
If I set release, just strike that. If I set a secured appearance bond for you, it means you can go through a bail bondsman.
Sí, Y si le hablo acerca de una fianza segura, necesita ir con una persona que se encargue de fianzas, con un afianzador.
Is my understanding the bonding companies do collect calls from the jail?
Tengo entendido que la compañía de fianzas, ellos toman llamadas a colectar desde la prisión.
The names and numbers of bonding companies are on some of the walls of the jail. If you can't find it or you need assistance, please ask one of the officers for help.
De igual manera, de las agencias que prestan para fianzas, están los números anotados en las paredes en la cárcel, y si necesita asistencia puede pedirla a alguno de los oficiales.
I'm not going to say out loud all of your release conditions, but they will be on your paperwork, so it'll be your responsibility to review them.
Sí, de igual manera puede ser que no le dé todas las condiciones de su liberación, pero todas van a estar anotadas en su papelería. Es responsabilidad suya el leerlas.
At a minimum, it'll say no drugs without a valid prescription and don't drive without a valid driver's license.
Y algunas de ellas puede ser que no puede utilizar ningún tipo de drogas ni medicamentos sin prescripción válida, y no puede conducir sin licencia.
Since this proceeding is being streamed, I'm going to set forth the victim's rights advisements.
Y de igual manera, como este es un caso extremo, sí vamos a solicitar pues la solicitud de los consejeros de las víctimas.
If a person is a victim of a crime with a case pending before this court,
si alguien es víctima con un caso que está pendiente en esta corte,
they are advised that they have rights under Arizona law
se les recuerda que tienen derechos bajo la ley del estado de Arizona,
that among others include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity.
Y dentro de ellos está que se le debe tratar con respeto y dignidad.
To a speedy trial and to be present at court proceedings.
Y de igual manera, todo para poder estar presente en cualquier audiencia y procedimiento de la corte.
To choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's lawyer.
También para poder no ser cuestionado por el defendido o por el abogado del defensor.
To be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing.
Sí, de igual manera también el ser escuchado en la audiencia, sí, y para negociar alguna mejora o condición de liberación.
To receive restitution from a person who's been convicted of causing her loss.
Y de igual manera también para recibir restitución si en dado caso haya sido acusado falsamente bajo la ley.
If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office.
Si no le han entregado todavía un listado de todos los derechos de las víctimas, necesita solicitarlo a la Oficina de Asistencia a Víctimas.
All right, now we can start now. Hector Torres. Senor?
Yes.
It's not right. Your name and date of birth.
Héctor Torres.
Si me puede indicar su nombre,
Héctor Torres.
su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento, don Héctor.
11 de julio de 1982.
Fecha de
Héctor Torres.
nacimiento.
11 de julio de 1982.
Okay, it's July 11th, 1982.
And could you give me his name again? I didn't quite catch it. Su nombre.
is Hector
Hector.
Torres.
Okay.
July.
Yeah, I got a date of birth, that's fine. Okay, because you'd cut out for a second, okay. All right, sir, is Spanish your primary language?
Español es su idioma materno, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Okay. And you need a Spanish interpreter to help you understand your matters in court?
¿Y necesita usted la asistencia de un intérprete para poder entender todos los asuntos de la corte?
Sí.
Okay. So I'm going to appoint the office of the court interpreter who will provide a Spanish interpreter for you during the course of your case.
De igual manera vamos a solicitar entonces que haya un intérprete de la corte para que pueda estar presente en cualquier proceso de su caso.
Okay. All right. Sir, you have total 3 matters before me tonight.
Sí, hay 3 situaciones, 3 asuntos que están relacionados con usted acá conmigo el día de hoy.
Give me 1 second here. Here we go. 2 of them are probation violation matters.
2 son violaciones a su periodo probatorio.
On all 3 of your matters, I'm appointing a lawyer for you.
Y para los 3 asuntos vamos a solicitar un abogado para usted.
Initially, your probation violation matters will be heard in a different courthouse than your new case.
De igual manera, los 2 violaciones a su periodo probatorio van a ser escuchados en otra corte, diferente de el otro que está pendiente.
Eventually, the matters will all be put together.
Eventualmente todos los asuntos se van a poner en un solo expediente.
Okay. So when you see your first lawyer, tell him or her about the other matters so there's no misunderstanding about you possibly missing court.
Okay, sí, entonces cuando usted vea por primera vez a su abogado, necesita por el asunto principal, necesita explicarle de los otros 2 asuntos para que no haya ninguna confusión y no pierda ninguna audiencia.
Okay. So the interpreter, hold on, I just need 1 moment.
Ok, solo permítame un momento, por favor.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. On your new matter, you are charged with possession of dangerous drugs for sale, possession of dangerous drugs, possession of narcotic drugs, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Ok, sí, digamos en el nuevo caso, a usted se le está acusando de posesión de drogas para la venta, de posesión de drogas narcóticas y también de publicidad relacionada con drogas.
Okay. At this point, based on limited information that I have, I only find probable cause for the possession of drug paraphernalia.
Sí, entonces, basado en la información limitada que tengo, pues sí es acusación por tener en su poder drogas para la venta.
That does not mean you won't be charged with the other matters if there's certain test results on the drugs.
De igual manera, esto, pues vamos a verificar si se pueden pues eliminar los otros cargos dependiendo de si ha estado consumiendo drogas.
I misspoke. You were charged with 3 counts of possession of drug paraphernalia.
Sí puedo poner, o podemos dejar 3 cargos por posesión de drogas.
Now, these following conditions apply to all three matters.
Entonces, todos estos cargos se aplican a los tres asuntos.
If you are able to get out of custody, you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release.
Si en dado caso usted se le llegara a dejar en libertad, tiene que contactar a su oficial probatorio dentro de las siguientes 72 horas después de ser liberado.
We'll be ahead and make an amendment. Your court date on the new case will be, your court appearances will be at 8:30 in the morning at 175 West Madison Street in Phoenix.
This is the Spanish interpreter.
Sure.
May I have the date?
Sure. Well, I haven't given the date yet. I was trying to do one line at a time for you.
Okay.
It's at 8:30 in the morning at 175 West Madison Street in Phoenix.
Ok, sí, señor. Entonces, su siguiente para la corte con respecto al asunto, al tercer asunto, sería a las 8:30 de la mañana en el 175 de Madison Street en Phoenix.
Oops, I left one more thing, Ruby. Okay. You have a status conference on April 9th and a witness preliminary hearing scheduled for April 13th.
Sí, ok, sí, sería para el día, el día 9 de abril y el siguiente sería para el día 15 de abril.
Okay. You are not to possess any weapons or possess or consume any alcohol and no drugs without a valid prescription.
Sí, de igual manera, pues no, como regulación no puede portar ningún arma ni puede tener ningún tipo de droga o medicamento sin prescripción.
On the probation matter,
Okay, this is the Spanish interpreter. I do really
Sure.
apologize, Your Honor, but I'm
No problem.
hearing some noises that he's making. He's bored or something.
I don't know, it's a good point. Tell him, please don't make noises so you can hear him properly.
Ok, sí, señor, solo le suplico, por favor, trate de evitar hacer ruidos porque yo no puedo escuchar bien lo que me está diciendo el juez o si usted me está respondiendo algo.
Es que me estoy orinando.
No, he says that he needs to use the restroom, sir. That he's holding his pee.
Okay, let's finish this quickly, then you'll talk to the officers. Okay. The probation matters, you're on probation for give me 1 second. Having a weapon, being a prohibited possessor of a weapon, and then the other one for possession of drug paraphernalia.
Ok, sí, los otros dos periodos probatorios son debido a que usted estaba en posesión de un arma de manera ilegal y de igual manera de drogas.
You're alleged to have violated Term 1 in not being a law-abiding citizen.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Your Honor, please?
You're alleged to have been in violation of Term 1 of your probation in not being a law-abiding citizen.
Sí, señor, y eso es, pues, indica que usted estaba en violación de la aprobación que se le había colocado.
In 2020, certainly the prohibited possessor probation bond was set by another judge in the amount of $1,000.
Sí, se en esa ocasión, por esa acusación de posesión, se le había puesto un bono de fianza de $1,000.
And in regard to the other one, your bond was set amount of $250.
Sí, y para la otra también un bono de $250.
Your court date will be at 201 West Jefferson on April 10th at 8:30.
Y su siguiente, la audiencia para esto sería el día 10 de abril a las 8:30.
On the new case, your bond was set at $100. These are all security appearance bonds.
Y de igual manera para el otro caso se le va a colocar una fianza de $100.
Okay. To the interpreter, could I ask you a favor? Would you just make a general announcement to make sure there's no one else who needs a Spanish interpreter?
Okay. For the next person or for him?
No, just a general announcement to see if anyone needs a Spanish interpreter.
Oh, I see, no problem. Solo quisiera saber si hay alguien más que necesite asistencia de intérprete.
No? No. Very good. Thanks very much. You have a good morning. I appreciate your time.
It was my pleasure, Your Honor. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, take care. Okay, bye. Nathaniel Daniels. All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Daniels, January 30th, 1993.
Okay, you got two matters before me. One, you had a bench warrant for the in Superior Court for possession of narcotic drugs, possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia, and criminal trespass in the second degree. Now, I would note you initialed on that, initial appearance in court on March 18th of this year. You have an attorney on that, and your judge set bond the amount of $1,000, secured appearance bond. All right. Then you have a new case now, possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia, class 4 and class 6 felony. Appoint a lawyer for you. You'll be at 175 West Madison Street at 8:30 in the morning for a status conference on April 9th, and a witness preliminary hearing is scheduled for April 13th. I didn't give you the court date on the other one. It'd be April 9th and April 13th like the other one, the new one. Now, because I already mentioned your initial appearance on March 18th, I do find probable cause in regard to the new case that you committed these offenses. So pursuant to Article 2, Section 22 of the Arizona Constitution and Rule 7.2b, you will be held without bond. As a result, at this time, there's going to be an evidentiary hearing on April 10th at 1:30 at 175 West Madison Street. You'll talk to your lawyer. At that time, the court will make a determination whether bond can be set. All right, step to your left, please. Trivia and right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 1 second. I think I gotta change it because I think it has too many zeros. Okay. I'll be right with you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so you were here on it from a grand jury indictment. These charges are alleged to have occurred on May 3rd, 2023. Okay, murder in the second degree, class 1 felony, and tampering with physical evidence, destroying or altering it, class 6 felony. I appoint a lawyer.
You said class 1 or class? You said.
Wait till the printer stops printing.
Wait
till the printer stops printing so I can hear you.
Oh, my apologies.
Okay.
What is my first charge?
Murder in the second degree.
What is that?
It's alleged to have occurred in May of 2023.
I said, what is murder in the second degree?
Without premeditation. Your lawyer will be a lot of explaining to you.
Wow.
Your lawyer can give you legal advice. I can't. I'm not allowed to. All right? And it was a grand jury indictment. I know you're on probation also. So if you were able to get out, you have to contact the probation officer within 72 hours of release. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. And a judge upon your arraignment will be on April 10th at 8:30, 175 West Madison Street. Another judge set bond for you in the amount of a cash bond of $1 million. All right, step to your left, please.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to ask to get on like ankle monitor or something?
You can ask, but I'm not. We don't change the grand jury indictments. Already made a decision's already been made by another judge. That's why you can talk to your lawyer about that. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Rico Jackson. All right, so your name and date of birth, please. Your name and date of birth.
Rico Jackson, 5/11/71.
All right, looks like you're on probation out of the state of Georgia. So you are charged with fraudulent schemes and artifices, class 2 felony, and 1 count of theft, another class 2 felony. I appoint a lawyer for you. Now, if you were able to get out of custody, you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. That's why I mentioned, because you're on probation in Georgia. And you can't consume any alcohol, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. And without permission of the court, you cannot leave the state. You show a record right now. It looks like you have 36 prior felonies. And so I noticed some of them are similar to what you're alleged to have taken place here. I know I have the state's recommendation. Your court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street. Status conference on April 9th at 8:30. At this point, is a witness preliminary hearing scheduled on April 13th at 8:30. Bond will be a cash bond in the amount of $50,000. All right, step to your left, please, sir.
All right, sir. Can I ask you a question?
You can ask, sir.
Yes, I just heard you say that I have probation in Georgia.
Well, right now, you got these charges here.
Right.
And so you certainly can contact your lawyer down in Georgia or talk to your lawyer here about all that, okay?
Yeah.
But make sure that's not a bad idea to have your lawyer, tell your lawyer about it so your lawyer can deal with, at least contact your lawyer in Georgia, okay?
So I have a $50,000 cash bond.
Okay, so you can talk, you'll be talking to your lawyer when you talk to your lawyer.
Now I'm asking what my bond is.
Oh, yeah, $50,000 cash.
Thank you.
Raymond Drinkhouse.
Good morning.
All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Raymond Jonathan Drinkhouse, 5/22/81.
Okay. So you have a grand jury indictment also. Charging you with 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, alleged to have taken place on April 6, 2023. 23. I I appoint a lawyer for you. Your arraignment will be at 175 West Madison Street on April 10th at 8:30. You can't initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims. You can't possess any weapons and no alcohol. And I told you April 10th at 8:30 at 175 West Madison will be your not guilty arraignment. And another judge set bond for you and a cash bond of $15,000. All right?
But my question is, you said assault with a deadly weapon. What's the deadly weapon?
Your lawyer will explain to you. I don't have any
Okay,
information. Okay? All right, step to your left, please.
More bogus charges.
Edwin Diaz Garcia.
Yep.
All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Edwin Diaz Garcia, 10-494.
Okay, sir, you're also indicted by a grand jury,
Right.
charged with possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on or about February 11th of last year, 2025. I appointed a lawyer for you. You'll have your not guilty arraignment at 175 West Madison Street, April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. You can't possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Another judge set bond for you in the amount of $10,000 cash only. All right, step to your left. You can talk to your lawyer about the bonds. Alan Garcia. Hi. Okay, sir. Your name and date of birth, please.
January 20th, 1991, and my name is Alan Garcia.
Okay, first of all, sir, I would say this to other people because I have a feeling you want to say something about your case. I can't stop you from making a case, but after all these years of doing this, I find people will sometimes like to talk about their case and their lawyers grimace when it happens because you might be talking about a fact of the case. I had some information about the case, and I'll just talk a little bit further about that in a second, okay? And this is not the time for a trial, okay? Just want to leave it that way, okay?
Okay.
You are charged with, and I don't know whether the other person was charged or not, okay? But anyway, you're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, disorderly conduct with a weapon, Class 6 felony, endangerment, a Class 6 felony. I appointed a lawyer for you. Obviously, you're not to initiate contact with alleged victim or victims. No weapons, no alcohol. All right. Now, the state was asking for a $75,000 bond. I'm going to set bond as a secured bond of $10,000, so you can go to a bondsman. But if you are able to post a bond, you'll have to wear an ankle bracelet, and with a curfew, you can leave home only during hours approved by pretrial services. Now, one of the officers will give you a packet to explain that. All right?
Okay.
All right. So I said, I recommend you don't talk about the facts of the case today, but I took everything into consideration. That's why it wasn't anything close to $75,000. Okay?
Okay.
Zacharias Ortiz.
I need his paperwork. Put your arms through your shirt sleeves and stand at that podium.
All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
Zacharias Ortiz, 10-2-1993.
All right, sir, listen very carefully about this. You are charged with possession of dangerous drugs. Based on limited information right now, I don't find probable cause. Doesn't mean you won't be charged with it because they didn't have a drug test. So show up for court just in case, okay? I am appointing a lawyer for you. You'll be at 175 West Madison Street. The status conference on April 20th at 8:30. A witness preliminary hearing is April 22nd at 8:30. But since I don't find probable cause, obviously, you're going to be released, okay? And it'll probably be about 4 to 6 hours for processing. Now, however, I have to make a change in this one also. By the way, these new forms, I am leaving things out, okay? So I apologize for that. You're on probation, correct? Yeah,
Yes, Mayor.
that's fine. That's right. Here we go. So you're getting out, but still, you have to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Absolutely.
Okay. No alcohol, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Okay?
So I'm being
And so you
released.
got court dates, don't lose that paperwork.
Okay, and then I'm just being.
You'll be out.
No bond or nothing?
It's because I found no probable cause, so you have to be released. Okay.
Sweet, thank you.
Okay, step down.
Another case,
What?
22. Case number 22.
April 20th and April 22nd, William.
The red one. Can you tell him about that one?
You mean this one?
Yeah. Tell him.
Oh, sir? I forgot about that one. Thank you. That's why I hit the button by mistake before, when I was doing the one. I did forget one other thing, so you're actually not getting released because you had the probation violation. And that, for that one, it's set for, there'll be a 201 West Jefferson. See, where's your court date on the other one? Oh, okay, 'cause it's not the same day. So they're different buildings, so keep that in mind.
Either way,
The
I'm
probation
being.
violation is, your arraignment hearing is on April 10th at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson. You're alleged to have violated terms 6, 7, and 11. The judge in the probation violation court said bond for you amount of $500 security appearance bond. So you post your bond, you got to show up for court.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just telling you, and contact your probation officer, okay?
Okay.
Right. So it's a $500 bond, not necessarily, you're not getting out unless you post a bond.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you say that one?
Can I, what do I want to do? Just,
Yeah.
what do you want me to do with it?
Put your signature. Oh, there.
Good?
Yes.
Andrew Stingley? You got 5 house calls. All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Andrew B. Stingley, March 10th, 1999.
You've got 2 matters before me. Number 1, you have a probation violation. I appointed a lawyer for you. Your court date will be 201 West Jefferson on April 10th at 8:30. Your alleged to have violated terms 1, 3, and 5. If you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours. No alcohol, no weapons, no drugs, without a valid prescription. Your judge in probation violation set bond and a security appearance bond of $100. Now, you also have a new case for possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. Based on the limited information, I only find probable cause in drug paraphernalia. Doesn't mean you won't be charged with the other one. You just hadn't done that.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Okay, I don't find probable cause. I have no problem telling me you can't hear me. For the dangerous drug charge, I can't find probable cause because there was no drug test yet. So it doesn't mean you won't be charged with it. But I found probable cause for the drug paraphernalia charge. And I appointed a lawyer for you. Now, it'll be at a different building than the other one.
Okay.
So this one will be at 175 West Madison, okay, on April 9th for a status conference, and that's for staff, and a witness preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. Both are at 8:30. And I told you about release conditions such as contacting your probation officer, no alcohol, no weapons, etc.
So I'm getting your release today?
No weapons, no alcohol.
Oh, sorry.
And because bond was set on the other one, I said bond the amount of $25 on that one. So it's a total of $125 security appearance bond. It'll all be in your paperwork, okay?
Okay. Does that mean I'm getting released today?
If you post your bond, $125.
I have no way of paying that.
Then you can talk to your lawyer about that when you meet him or her. Okay?
Okay.
Richard, either Jamie or Jaime. He's wearing a gray shirt with looks like black on the shoulders. Sir, you may want to come up. You have good news for you, so why don't you show up? What's keeping everyone else?
I would highly suggest with what his decision is, and it runs. Otherwise, you might change that. You're going to be released, so you have to stand in front of him. Yeah.
What's up?
Right down, first, I'm just waiting.
God, man.
All right.
Sir, I'm going to give you some good news. You'd think you'd want to come out, you know?
How's it going?
Well, first of all, give me your name and date of birth.
November 23rd, 1992.
You got a name?
Richard.
Yeah.
Yes.
What else?
What's the last name?
Jamie.
All right, good. All right, so you're charged with a Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6. I appoint a lawyer for you. Don't lose your paperwork because you're due to be at 175 West Madison Street for a status conference on April 20th and a witness plumbing hearing on April 22nd, both at 8:30. You can't possess any drugs without a valid prescription. I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You got to get some. You'll get some paperwork. You better read it because you got to report to pretrial services agency within 72 hours. They can do drug testing. If you don't comply with them, you'll be back here. You'll probably be about 4 or 6 hours, so maybe you can come down a little bit.
Okay.
My guess is you're probably still on the drugs. So, all right, follow the officer. Eric Fromm. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
Pardon?
Your name and date of birth.
Eric Brown, 61066.
All right, sir, you're charged with possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. A Class 4 felony and a Class 6 felony. I appoint a lawyer for you. Don't lose your paperwork because you have to make sure you show up for court at 175 West Madison Street. Status conference on April 20th and a witness plumbing hearing on April 22nd, both at 8:30. As party conditions, you'll be released to pretrial services. You got to report to them within 72 hours, and you have to have drug testing. You'll get a packet from the officer. Make sure you read it and make sure you comply with them. Otherwise, you'll be back here on a warrant. All right, you'll be out in about 4 to 6 hours. All right, step to your left. Rebecca Escobedo. Rebecca? Your name and date of birth, please.
Rebecca Escobedo, 8/31/1976.
Okay. You are charged with shoplifting at the Goodyear City Court. The address will be on your paperwork. Don't miss court, all right?
Okay.
Be a whole lot better than having to come back here, okay? Your court date will be on April 22nd at 1:30. I mean, at 1 o'clock. April 22nd at 1 o'clock. You can't return to the scene of the alleged crime. I'm releasing you on normal cognizance. She'll be getting out in about 4 to 6 hours. But make sure you don't lose your paperwork. They won't have any excuse for not.
Okay.
You got to show up for court. You understand?
Yes.
All right, step to your left. Devin McDermott. Bless you. All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Devin McDermott, 11/13/1988.
You're charged in the El Centro Justice Court. The address will be on your paperwork. Charged with criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a misdemeanor. Your you do in the El Centro Justice Court on April 23rd at 9:30. Don't miss it. Don't return to the scene of the alleged crime, and show up for court. You'll be out in about 4 to 6 hours. I'm releasing you.
You're releasing me?
Yep. But
All right,
show
Judge.
up, doesn't mean, you still have to show up for court on April 23rd. Okay,
On
at
April
9:30.
23rd?
What?
You said April 23rd, show up for court?
Yeah, in the El Centro Justice Court. Look at your paperwork for the address, all right?
All right. Thank you, Judge. You have a good day.
Leandro Yazzie. Et cetera.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Fine. Your name and date of birth, please.
Leandro Yazzie, 10/28/1976.
Oh, okay, sorry. You have a warrant out of the Goodyear City Court. And do you know where that is?
Yes.
Well, then show up there when you're supposed to, right?
I was in jail.
Okay, I'm just telling you.
Okay.
Okay, because you're in jail now, right? Because you got out of jail and you didn't take care of the warrant. You see what I'm saying? Would it be a lot better to have taken care of rather than having to come back here?
Yes. I never got out of...
Now you understand what I'm saying?
Right, I know what you mean.
Okay, it's based on drug paraphernalia, all right? You have to be back in the Goodyear City Court, you know what the address is, April 22nd at 1 o'clock, all right? I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. You'll be out in about 4 to 6 hours. But show up in Goodyear. Take care of that sucker, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Cruz Crawford. All right, your name and date of birth, please.
Cruz Crawford, April 11th, 1999.
All right, so you are charged with possessing narcotic drugs, and I have to make a change in this one also. Okay, sir, you're charged with possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony, but I don't have enough information to find probable cause right now, so you're going to be released. You came this close to being held without bond, because if they'd done the drug test, you'd been held without bond because you're out on release for another felony. So my advice for you is make sure you show up for court, okay, on all your matters, okay? On this one, you be back in court on 175 West Madison Street on April 20th at 8:30 for status conference witness preliminary hearing set for April 22nd. I'm assuming they'll have something charged then, but be in court just to make sure to find out whether they filed charges on you yet. If not, they might just do it later on. All right? But you'll be out in 4 to 6 hours, and I did appoint a lawyer for you. All right? Probably the same lawyer as your other one. Rhett Roberts.
Brett Roberts, November 15th, 1965.
Oh, okay, sir. You've got, let's see how many matters there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 warrants.
I was in...
Let me talk first of all in issuing a bad check. My guess is you probably owe money on each one, right? And these things, some of them are back from 2015, even before then. It's going on in regard to it, okay? And I know they wanted bond in regard to all of them. It would have been thousands of dollars to get out. But I think it'd be a smart thing is you start getting some money together, pay them off, take care of it, rather than spending your time here, right?
Yes, sir.
So,
Can I
want you better show up, even if you have to borrow money, show up on April 22nd at 9 o'clock at the South Mountain Justice Court. The address will be on your paperwork, all right? And take care of these things rather than having to come back here, because I'm releasing you on your own recognizance, okay? So saying, it's up to you whether you want to do things, just spending your time here. I know the accommodations are really fantastic, food's even better, but unless you want to do something different, start taking care of it and don't miss the court dates.
I was on the understanding, I went to prison for 4.5 years, and they told me this was when I went to prison, and they said this was all gonna be taken care of and everything. I didn't.
Because you go to DOC, doesn't it?
Yo, what I'm trying to say is I'm very proactive. I turned my life around and I
Good.
took care of
I was saying, but now you know what you got them, take care of them.
Gotta take care of it.
All right, good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a good night, or good morning.
Yes. All right, now we have the house calls. Let's see. Let's try number, Alexis Staton apparently was disruptive. She's got a charge at the Surprise City Court. 2 counts of assault, 2 counts of disorderly conduct, misdemeanors. A lawyer will be appointed for the next court date, which will be on April 28th at 1:30. She's not to return to the scene of the alleged crimes, not to initiate contact with alleged victim or victims. She allow a civil standby with a police officer to pick up her belongings. Okay, but I am releasing her on her own recognizance. Then we have number Stephen Smith, who's got a NASWA suicide watch. He's charged with aggravated assault on a healthcare worker. It says he's not RBHA, but I appointed a lawyer for him, assault on a healthcare worker. These court dates will be at 175 West Madison at 8:30. Status conference April 20th. Witness film hearing on April 22nd. He's not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim or victims, and he can't possess any alcohol. Then we have Shane Peterson, who's exhibiting bizarre behavior, very unpredictable as they would describe him as. He's got a domestic violence charge of aggravated assault, impeding breathing, class 4 felony, and aggravated assault, class 4, well, 2 counts of aggravated assault. Appointed lawyer for him. His court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street at 8:30. Status conference on April 9th, and witness film hearing on April 13th. He's not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, not to initiate contact with any alleged victim or victims, not to possess any weapons, not to consume any alcohol, not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, can't leave the state, and he has to contact his probation officer within 72 hours of release. Bond is set in the amount of $10,000 secured appearance bond. Then William Allen, also is a NASW and suicide watch, probation violation. Appointing a lawyer for him. His court date will be April 10th at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson for arraignment. Led to a violation terms 3, 4, and 5. Another judge set bond for him around $250. No weapons, no alcohol, no drugs, without a valid prescription. Must contact his probation officer within 72 hours of release. All right, we are in recess in this matter. All right. Okay, everyone, please be seated. Okay. All right, good morning, everybody. This is the 5 a.m. calendar. It's April 4th, 2026. I'll tell you that the court orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar this month apply to all matters on this calendar. When I call your name, you come behind the podium and give me your name and date of birth. I'm not going to say out loud all your release conditions, but they'll be in your paperwork, so read that carefully so you understand what they are. At a minimum, release conditions will be do not drive without a valid driver's license and no drugs without a valid prescription. If I do set a security appearance bond for you, you can go to a bondsman. It's my understanding they do collect calls from the jail. There's listings of bonding companies and their numbers on some of the walls in the jail. If you can't find them, ask one of the officers, or if you need help, ask one of them also. All right, this is being streamed. I do read the victim's rights advisement. If a person is a victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, they're advised they have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present in court proceedings, choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who's been convicted of causing their loss. If they have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, they should contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, let's start with Alex Ramirez. Your name and date of birth, please.
Alex Ramirez, 042203.
Okay, sir. Okay, you are charged, by the way, with one count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, Class 2 felony, one count transportation and/or sale of narcotic drug, Class 2 felony, possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense, Class 4 felony, one count of possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, and carrying a deadly weapon and failing to admit, Class 1 misdemeanor. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Okay, and you're going to have your court dates at 175 West Madison Street in Phoenix at 8:30 in the morning. You have a status conference scheduled on April 9th. At this point, you have a witness preliminary hearing scheduled for April 13th. Your lawyer will talk to you about that. No drugs without a valid prescription. I know the prosecutors were asking for a $250,000 cash bond for you. I'm going to set bond the amount of $50,000 cash bond, with the addition that if you were able to post a bond, you'll have to put an ankle bracelet, and you'll be on a curfew. You'll only be allowed from home, away from home during hours approved by pretrial services. And you'll get a packet in regard to that. Okay, if you post your bond, you got to make sure you show up for all your court dates. All right, step to your left, please. It's probably Xavion Johnson. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
Xavier Johnson, 12/29/07.
I know you've been in custody for almost 3 months now, right?
Yeah.
On a first-degree murder charge?
Yeah.
Okay, and then also burglary first. Okay, you got indicted by a grand jury for 3 counts of theft means of transportation, one from November and December of last year.
Yeah.
Okay, so just let you know. I'll appoint a lawyer for you. It would probably be the same lawyers you have now. Yeah. Not necessarily, but most likely, okay. You have your not guilty arraignment at 175 West Madison Street on April 10th at 8:30. You have to initiate contact with the alleged victim, and a judge, upon the return of the indictment, said a cash bond of $25,000. Okay? All right, step to your left, please. Cherish Reese, R-Y-C-E. Okay. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
Sheriff Rice.
Right. Sheriff Rice, yes. Mispronounced it. Okay, I like to pronounce names correctly. Okay. And your date of birth. Your date of birth.
12/24/73.
Okay, so you're charged with aggravated assault, Class 3 felony, disorderly conduct with a weapon, Class 6 felony, and endangerment, Class 6 felony. I saw your code of the other gentleman earlier, at an earlier calendar, and like I said to him, I cannot tell people not to speak, but I always recommend, of all my years, people speak in court sometimes in their lawyer's grimace, so I always recommend people not to talk about the facts of the case today. Okay. I'll tell you this, so you're getting a lawyer, okay? You cannot initiate contact with alleged victim or victims. You can't possess any weapons, all right? Now, your court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street. You'll have a status conference on April 9th at 8:30 and a witness preliminary hearing on April 13th at 8:30. Now, I will tell you this, the state was asking for a bond of $75,000, and I'm not doing that. I'm trying to be consistent between the both of you because today's not time for trial. So I've reduced the bond for both of you to $10,000. Okay, it'll be secured appearance bonds, so you can go to a bond, but you avoid each other like the plague. Okay,
Yes, sir.
you know what I mean? All right, step to your left.
Thank you.
Kenneth Drake. Actually, I need to call that later. I forgot about something. Have a seat, sir. I'll call you back. Melanie Strode. All right, your name and date of birth, please.
Melanie Marie Strode, 12/29/1979.
Okay, apparently you got a couple Arkansas warrants, but they're not going to pick you up.
How do you mean?
You have a couple warrants from Arkansas, but they're not going to pick you up.
Oh.
Okay. One is
I'll have to check on that.
Woodruff County, and the other one's Searcy.
Seriously?
Or something like
Okay,
that.
I'll check on that. Thank you.
I know, but I'm saying, but they're not going to extradite you.
Oh.
Okay. But I thought I'd just mention it to you. Okay, you got a bench warrant at a Superior Court on possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6, and criminal trespass, Class 3 misdemeanor. You already have an attorney on the case. You'll be back in court at 175 West Madison. We were before for a status conference on April 9th at 8:30 and a witness preliminary hearing on April 13th at 8:30. All right. You cannot return to the scene of any alleged crime or make contact with any alleged complainant, witness, or victim. All right. And your judge said bond the amount of $500 as a security appearance bond. Okay, so you can go to a bonding company. Okay. If you would step over there, please. Okay, Brittany Garcia. All right, your name and date of birth, please.
Brittany Garcia, 09/25/2000.
Okay, you've got a couple of matters. First one is a grand jury warrant. You were indicted by a grand jury for acts alleged to have occurred on July 30th of last year. Trafficking stolen property in second degree, Class 3 felony, and theft, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I appointed a lawyer for you for both matters. All right. Your arraignment on this one will be at 175 West Madison Street on April 10th at 8:30. You cannot initiate contact with the alleged victim. All right. And a judge on that one said bond, a security appearance bond of $500. Now, in your other case, first of all, you can't have any contact with your co-defendant, who I saw earlier. Okay. The charges are burglary in second degree and trafficking stolen property in the second degree. Same thing, other than just you can't have any contact with the co-defendant. Bond will be another $500. Your status conference will be April 9th at 8:30 and witness preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. So if you push your $1,000 bond, you can get out, but all right, but make sure you make your court dates. All right, step to your left, please. David Humphrey, Jr. Your name and date of birth, please, sir. Your name and date of birth.
David Humphrey, 11/24/1980.
All right, sir, you're here on 2 probation violation matters. Looks like you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia for both. You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, and 5. Appoint a lawyer for you. If you are able to get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. You're not to consume or possess any alcohol, no weapons, and no drugs without a valid prescription. You're a lawyer for both, as I said. I'm appointing, and you'll be back in court at 201 West Jefferson on April 10th at 8:30 for your probation revocation arraignment hearing. All right?
Okay.
Sorry, step to your left, please. So if you post your bond, contact your probation officer promptly within 72 hours, and then show up for court.
Okay.
And that's for both matters, okay? So it's a total of $1,000 security appearance bond for both, okay? $500 on each.
Okay.
All right, now, Danica Durtram?
Hello, Danica Durcher, 1026-2000.
All right. You were charged with possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court, don't lose your paperwork. You have to be at Superior Court at 175 West Madison Street on April 20th at 8:30. I'm releasing you to pretrial services with drug testing, so make sure you follow through with that. You must report to pretrial services within 72 hours. You'll get a packet from one of the officers.
Okay.
So follow through on that, or also be another warrant. It'll probably be at least 46 hours before you get out, though. Okay? Step to your left, please. Maria Harold. I misspoke of some.
Maria Harold.
So your name and date of birth, please.
Maria Harold, 9/17/1992.
I said I'd seen you earlier, but no, I hadn't. So, anyway, I'm giving you a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. You may have warrants out of City of Phoenix and Glendale. I don't know if there are any holds or not. Does you have any holds?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay. You may want to have your lawyer check on those things.
Okay.
All right. You're charged with burglary in the second degree, class 3 felony, traffic in stolen property, class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. I am appointing a lawyer for you also. You'll be at 175 West Madison at 8:30 on April 20th for a status conference and witness preliminary hearing 2 days later on the 22nd at 8:30. You're not to return to the scene of alleged crime or initiate contact with any alleged complainant or witness. For you, I'm going to release you with pretrial services with drug testing and monitoring. And I have to make one slight change, by the way, I think. Yeah. Julie, I have to make one quick change. And you have to report to pretrial services within 72 hours of release, okay? And also do the drug testing, so don't forget about that. All right?
Okay.
But you'll be out in about 4 to 6 hours. All right? And no contact with your co-defendant.
Okay.
Okay. Stephen Sylvester?
Good morning, Steven Sylvester, January 21st, 1980.
Okay. So you got 2 warrants out of the town of Wickenburg. The address will be on your paperwork. Sir, looking at all these charges are, you'd be a lot smarter just showing up for court than spending your wonderful time here, right? So be smart. So the first one is have a counterfeit mark violation, theft, drug paraphernalia, and failing to appeal all class 1 misdemeanors. Your court date will be April 22nd at 9 o'clock in Wickenburg Town Court. As I said, the address will be on your paperwork. All right? And I'm releasing you on your own recognizance on that one. The other one is driving while license suspended or revoked and possession of drug paraphernalia. Same date, April 22nd at 9 o'clock. All right? And I'm releasing you on that one also. So be smart and show up so you don't have to come back here.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, step to the left, please. Justice McNeese. So your name and date of birth, please.
Justice David McNeese, 12/18/89.
All right, so you're charged with 4 counts of forgery. I find, based on limited information, I could find probable cause for 2, not 4. But I'm appointing a lawyer. It doesn't mean you won't be charged with 4, but I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court date, and don't lose your paperwork, so you don't forget, 175 West Madison Street in Phoenix at 8:30 in the morning for status conference on April 20th, and a witness preliminary hearing at this time scheduled for April 22nd. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, not to initiate contact with any alleged complainant or witnesses, no weapons. All right, but I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. Okay, so you'll be getting out in about 4 to 6 hours. Okay, step to your left.
Thank you.
Hold it. No, that's fine. Antonio Padilla. Okay, so your name and date of birth, please.
Antonio Jose Colon Padilla, 10/21/93.
All right. Do you know where the West Mesa Justice Court is?
Yes.
Then make it there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? What do you owe money on the case?
It's just an old traffic ticket, I think.
I know it's an old traffic ticket,
Yeah,
it's a warrant on a driving license suspended. Would you owe money on it?
I think so.
Yeah, because it's post-adjudication. So they wanted a $250 bond. I'll release you on no recognizance. You better be there on April 21st, 8:30, West Mesa Justice Court. If it's money, just borrow money. Just get there and take care of it, you know.
Yes,
Instead
sir.
of having to spend your time here.
Yeah.
You know, okay?
Thank you.
It'll be about 4 to 6 hours before you get out. Angel Blanco, that's an interpreter matter. Angel Blanco Daza? Okay.
The judicial...
Who's the other gentleman?
We have Drake, Wallace, and Blanco Dava.
Okay, I see. Okay, all three of them, okay. I can just see the back of the head, that's all. All right. To the interpreter, please identify yourself for the record, please.
Hello, this is Julio Flores, 2744. Ready for your instructions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Flores. We have, looks like we have one gentleman who needs your assistance. Okay, sir, your name and date of birth.
Muy bien, señor. Yo soy el intérprete y le voy a asistir durante su conversación. ¿Cuál es su nombre y fecha de nacimiento?
Ángel Blanco, y la fecha de nacimiento es el 11 de abril del 2002.
Ángel Blanco. The date of birth is April 11, 2002.
Okay. Sir, is Spanish your primary language?
Señor, ¿español es su idioma natal?
Sí.
Okay, and you need a Spanish interpreter to help you understand the proceedings against you?
Muy bien, ¿y necesita usted un intérprete en español para entender el proceso que se va a llevar a cabo hoy?
Sí.
Okay. So I will appoint the office of the court interpreter to assist you during all stages of your case.
This is the interpreter, sir, unable to hear you properly.
Oh, sure, I'll speak louder. I'm sorry. I'm appointing the office of court interpreter's office who will provide a Spanish interpreter for you for all matters relating to this case.
Muy bien, entonces yo le voy a asignar a la oficina, de interpretación de la corte para que ellos te brinden a un intérprete en español para todas las situaciones o para todos los asuntos en curso relacionados con este caso.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, give me one moment.
Un momento.
Okay. Okay. All right, sir, you were charged with one count of luring a minor for sexual exploitation, a Class 3 felony.
Muy bien, señor, a usted fue acusado con lo siguiente. Tiene un cargo por incitar a un menor, traer a un menor para explotación sexual, un delito grave clase 3.
I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
A mí se me ha designado para representarlo.
Okay. Your court dates will be at
This is the
175.
interpreter, sir.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Apologies, this is the interpreter.
No problem.
Confirming your last statement. I am appointed to represent you.
Appointing. I'm appointing a lawyer for him to represent him.
Thank you. The interpreter will correct
right,
his last rendition. One moment. Yo voy a designarle a un abogado para que lo represente. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay. Your court dates will be at 8:30 in the morning at 175 West Madison Street in Phoenix.
This is the interpreter, sir, confirming 8:30 in the morning at 175 West Madison Street in Phoenix.
Yes.
Thank you. La fecha de su corte será a las 8:30 de la mañana en el 175 West Madison Street en Phoenix.
You will have a status conference on April 9th.
Va a tener una conferencia en español en abril 9.
And at this time, you have a witness preliminary hearing scheduled for April 13th.
Y en este momento, usted tiene una audiencia preliminar para escuchar a los testigos, al testigo, en abril 13.
Your lawyer will explain to you if that preliminary hearing does not occur. He'll explain to you why.
This is the interpreter, sir.
Yeah, I didn't like the way I said it. Let me repeat.
Your lawyer?
Let me repeat it. I want to say it better. I'm going to just wait, not repeat it. I don't like the way I said it. So, the prosecutors were asking that a bond be set, a $150,000 cash bond.
This is the interpreter confirming 1,000.
Sure.
Can you repeat the
100.
amount,
No, 150,000. 150,000.
150,000. Thank you. Entonces, los fiscales están pidiendo que se le fijara una fianza de $150,000 en efectivo.
However, I am going to set bond in the amount of $50,000 cash only bond.
Sin embargo, yo voy a ponerle la fianza en la cantidad de $50,000 en efectivo únicamente.
Okay. And Mr. Flores, if you have difficulty with this, I'll use different wording. All right. If you are able to post your bond,
si puede pagar su fianza.
and an ankle bracelet will be placed on you, and you will have a curfew.
Se le va a poner un brazalete en su tobillo y va a tener un toque de queda.
You would only be allowed to leave your home during hours approved by pretrial services.
Solo va a poder salir de su hogar durante un horario aprobado por los servicios de prejuicio, de antejuicio.
Okay. You'll be receiving a packet from one of the officers, which I understand is in both Spanish and English, that will explain about pretrial services and electronic monitoring.
Bueno, usted va a recibir un paquete de uno de los oficiales, el cual entiendo yo que está en ambos, español e inglés, que le explicará acerca de los servicios previos al juicio y del monitoreo electrónico.
Okay. Okay. All right. Señor Flores, gracias. And have a good night. Good morning now, I guess. All right? We appreciate your time.
Que tenga buen día. This is the interpreter, sir. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I'm saying thanks very much. We appreciate your time. We're all set on that. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, and thank you for calling Lionbridge. 2744 disconnecting. Bye.
Okay. Kevin Wallace. So your name and date of birth, please.
February 9th, 1996.
All right, so you are charged with child sex trafficking with a minor between 15 and 17 years of age, class 2 felony. Excuse me, I just want to check one thing first. I just want to look something up, sir, and just agree with you. I can't check it on my phone. How do we get Google Chrome? Google Chrome. I'll tell you what, I'll just get a statute from the chambers.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
Okay. You can come on back. Okay, we're back with Mr. Wallace. I should appoint a lawyer for you in charge of child sex trafficking with a minor of 15 to 17 years of age, class 2 felony. I appoint a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street for staff conference on April 9th, 8:30. And at this point, a witness preliminary hearing is scheduled for April 13th at 8:30. They may not go. Your lawyer will explain to you about that. The state will also, in your case, was asking for a $150,000 cash bond. I'm going to set a cash bond in the amount of $50,000. If you are able to post your bond, you'll have an ankle bracelet put on you, and you can only leave your home during hours approved by pretrial services. All right? And if you're able to post a bond, and make sure you make all your court dates. All right? Step to your left, please. And finally, Mr. Drake. Good morning. Let me get my voice back. Oh. Okay, I got it back, I think. All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Kenneth Drake, 11/26/1972.
Okay, sir, you are charged with one count of unlawful distribution of images with nudity, a class 4 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you because apparently you lost your job, right?
Yeah.
You don't have any income right now.
Oh, no, I lost my job coaching basketball. I still have another job. I work for Toyota Financial Services.
Where do you work?
Toyota Financial Services.
Okay, and how much you earn there?
Probably like 50,000, something like that, 51, something like that.
Okay. Okay, I made a change. Sir, at this point, I'm not going to appoint a lawyer for you. If you find you cannot afford one, you can always petition the court, your assigned court, to see if they'll appoint one for you. No promises about whether he or she might do it for you. Okay? So anyway, first of all, you're not to initiate any contact with the alleged victim. I do have a victim impact statement on this case, by the way, which I have reviewed. And your court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street, April 9th at 8:30 for staff's conference. Witness preliminary hearing at this point scheduled for April 13th at 8:30. And bond is set in a secured appearance bond, so you go to a bondsman of $7,500. So you can go to a bonding company. You can't go to a bonding company. It's a $7,500 secured appearance bond.
Okay.
It's not a cash bond.
Okay.
All right. All right. We are in recess, I believe.
provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room. I will let you know what you are here for, if I have appointed an attorney, if you have a bond, and what your release conditions are. Now we will go over the victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. And Mr. Dorsey, may I please get your name and date of birth?
My name is Robert Dorsey. February 6th, 1965.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 4 cases. You are here today on a new case, plus 3 warrants from Peoria Municipal Court. Your new charges are for 1 count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. The 3 warrants that were issued for your arrest relate to 1 count of criminal trespass on March 27th of 2026, 1 count of criminal trespass on March 18th, 2026, 1 count of theft on March 18th of 2026, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, and 1 count of criminal trespass with an offense date for those 2 of March 8th of 2026. Due to the nature of your charges, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense. You will have a hearing on April 21st at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions of release.
Yes, I will show up. I will show up.
Thank you, sir. Your written conditions do include not returning to the scene of any alleged crime and not possessing any drugs without a valid prescription. All of this will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No. Yep, no questions.
Thank you, sir. If you will step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Okay, that does conclude all of our matters. I really appreciate your assistance this morning. Feel free to disconnect at your convenience.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good rest of your day.
You too, I appreciate it. Can I have Bennett Barcone to the podium and Jacob Kelly to the chair? Bennett will come in here, okay? Where's Kelly? Can I get your name and date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Bennett Barcone, and my date of birth is January 22nd, 1968.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a few hearings coming up. It'll start with a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, an evidentiary hearing, April 10th at 1:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. It looks like you currently have a pending case, a separate pending case, and because you were out on felony release in that case, at the time of this alleged offense, you're not eligible for bond today. The time set to determine if bond will be set on these new charges is the evidentiary hearing on April 10th at 1:30. So what that means is you will remain in custody until you have that hearing on April 10th and find out if bond will be set on these new charges. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. There's no way I could get like an ankle bracelet?
So because you were out on felony release on a separate case, the law requires that I hold you non-bondable. It's not within my discretion today. I am mandated to follow that statute, which does require you to be held non-bondable until that evidentiary hearing on April 10th at 1:30. So anytime you have a pending felony case, if you're arrested for a new felony charge, you'll not be eligible for bond until an evidentiary hearing is set, and that's what happened here today.
Okay.
Okay? If you'll take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Jacob Kelly to the podium, Ashton Manuel to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Jacob Daniel Kelly, 10/24/95.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on two cases. You're here on a new case as well as your probation case. Your new charge is for one count of narcotic drug possession for sale and one count of dangerous drug possession for sale, both Class 2 felonies. One count of narcotic drug possession for use and one count of dangerous drug possession for use, both Class 4 felonies, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. And then because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on a Term 1 probation violation. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you in both cases. You're going to have some hearings coming up, starting with a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing, April 10th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. On your new case, you have a secured appearance bond of $10,000. On your probation case, it is $500 for a total bond of $10,500. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions of release. You may not possess weapons. You may not possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, and you must contact your probation officer within 24 hours of release, or 72 hours. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Ashton Manuel to the podium. Brian Knowles to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Ashton Manuel, 8/28/2003.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of unlawful imprisonment, a Class 6 felony, 3 counts of assault, and 3 counts of disorderly conduct. Those are all Class 1 misdemeanors. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You may not possess weapons or alcohol. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Brian Knowles to the podium. Isaiah Ramirez to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Brian David Knowles, March 20th, 1977.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on two cases. You're here on a new case as well as your probation case. Your new charge is for 1 count of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, 2 counts of threat, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and then because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on a Term 1 probation violation. I'm finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you in both cases and setting some hearings. You'll start with a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing, April 10th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. On your new case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $2,500. On your probation case, it is $500 for a total bond of $3,000. In the event you do post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. This will be included in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Isaiah Ramirez to the podium. Madison Lawson to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Isaiah Ramirez, 11/3/91.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of theft, a Class 1 misdemeanor. For purposes of today, I'm not finding probable cause for the dangerous drug charge. That doesn't mean it's dismissed. It just simply means I don't have enough information today, but they may still charge that based on any additional information or testing they may do. I'm going to find probable cause on the other charges, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You may not possess weapons or alcohol. If you reside at the same location as the alleged victim, you will have to find an alternative residence, but you may contact law enforcement for 1 civil standby to collect your belongings. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
So I'm being charged with the theft and...
The charges that the police arrested you were for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, 1 count of drug paraphernalia, and 1 count of theft. I'm not finding probable cause on the dangerous drug, but again, as I said, it doesn't mean it's dismissed. They may test that substance and move forward.
Okay, so it's only for the theft right now?
Right now, I'm finding probable cause for the drug paraphernalia and the theft. I just, at this time, don't have information as to whether or not the substance was a dangerous drug, a narcotic drug, or something else. Okay?
Okay.
Any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Madison Lawson to the podium. Toma Goings to the chair.
Good morning.
Good morning. May I get your name and date of birth?
Madison Lawson, 12/17/88.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on 5 cases. You are here on a new case, as well as 4 failure to appear bench warrants that were issued for you. Your new charges are for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. For purposes of today's hearing, I'm not finding probable cause for these new charges. It does not mean they are dismissed. At this time, I just don't have enough information. However, they may supplement the information or test the substance that was located. So I'm still appointing an attorney to represent you, and I'm still going to give you some hearing dates that you need to go to. If you fail to appear at these hearing dates, a warrant will still issue for your arrest. On your new charges, you have a status conference April 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 22nd at 8:30.
Okay.
As I mentioned, you're also here today on 4 failure to appear bench warrants. 3 of those cases are your probation cases, but you also had a pending case for 1 count of dangerous drugs and 1 count of drug paraphernalia. I am going to affirm the attorney that was previously appointed to represent you in these 4 cases and give you some more hearing dates. On the case you failed to appear for the pending dangerous drug charge, you will have a status conference April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. In your probation case, you're going to have a probation hearing on April 10th at 8:30. All the dates, times, and location will be in your paperwork, so you don't have to remember everything I just told you. In your 3 probation cases, you have a secured appearance bond of $200 in each case. In your pending drug case, you have a bond of $500. So between all of your cases, you do have a bond of $1,100. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. And then you'll need to ensure you attend all of the hearings I gave you. I did give you quite a few. They will be in your paperwork, but make sure you attend those. Otherwise, a warrant will issue for your arrest, and you'll forfeit the bond that you posted.
Okay.
This will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to say for 2 of those failure to appears, I was actually in detox. When I got arrested last night, I'm in a sober living facility, and I wasn't aware that my probation officer hadn't quashed those warrants because I was in detox at the time. So, and the other 2, I didn't even know I had those court dates. And I was just in IOP. I'm in an IOP 90-day sober living facility called Steps to Success.
So for future reference, if you do get a warrant that was issued for your arrest, the probation department can't quash that warrant. It would be your responsibility either to file a motion with the court or contact your attorney to have them do so. But probation, the department alone, cannot quash your warrants. In addition to that, one of those warrants wasn't related to your probation case. It looks like you were previously in custody on March 3rd related to one of those. So again, just in the future, if that does happen, make sure you notice the court and not just your probation officer, okay?
Okay.
Please step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Goings to the podium. Mr. Ramos to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Tomar Goings, 10/19/78.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of intent to facilitate shoplifting, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $1,500. In the event you were to post that bond and be released from custody, you'd have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
I'm out on community court from Mesa, and I have a court date on the 8th for that, so I'm wondering what's going to happen. Am I going to get a warrant from there when I'm finished with this one?
So it does look like you also have a warrant with the City of Phoenix. So you'll likely be seeing the City of Phoenix judge as well, and then it looks like there's also a warrant out of Flagstaff. So if you remain in custody and you don't post the bond on all of these cases and you're still in custody on April 8th, you will likely get a warrant, and then they'll bring you, or they'll let Mesa know that you're here. But if you fail to appear at that hearing, that's likely what will happen. But the bond I just gave you is likely not to be your only one, because it does look like you have 2 other city courts that have warrants out for your arrest. So you'll likely be seeing a City of Phoenix judge fairly soon.
I was only aware of one other charge with the City of Phoenix, and that was the trespassing, but I didn't know.
Right, I see the trespassing for City of Phoenix. Flagstaff doesn't tell me what the charge is, but it starts with TR, which would imply to me it might be a traffic violation.
Yeah, that one is a DUI.
Okay, and it might be for failing to pay fines, because it looks like it's from the year 2022, but it does look like they did issue a warrant. Flagstaff may or may not come pick you up, but they will likely let Flagstaff know that you are here and give them that opportunity if you post bond.
Okay.
Okay? So step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Pedro Ramos to the podium. William Enlow to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
July 20th, 1990.
And your name?
Pedro Ramos.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony.
Narcotic drug possession?
That's what the charges have. 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 3 counts of shoplifting, removal of goods, a Class 1 misdemeanor. For purposes of today's hearing, I am not finding probable cause for the narcotic drug or the drug paraphernalia charge. I don't have enough information for that. That doesn't mean it's dismissed. They may supplement the information and move forward with those charges. But I am finding probable cause for the shoplifting charges, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500.
Can I get an OR, please?
Hold on, sir. Hold on. In the event you were to post that bond and be released from custody, you'd have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. However, I do see that you're currently on parole, and parole has placed a hold on you. So because of that, you won't be able to be released at this time, and posting this bond may not get you released until you see what's going to happen with the parole hold, okay? If you'll take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. William Enlow to the podium. Shannon Guy to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
William Thomas Enlow II, ma'am.
And your date of birth, sir?
7/16/74.
Thank you. You are here today on a probation violation warrant that issued December 22nd of 2024. I am appointing an attorney and setting a probation revocation hearing April 10th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond of $500. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have a question?
Yes, I called my sister. I was going to bond myself out. It was $100. It said on my paperwork.
Correct. That was in 2024. You have failed to comply with the probation department since 2024. You never contacted them within 72 hours of the original conviction. And because this warrant has been outstanding for over a year, your bond has now increased.
My thought, I'll be honest with you, Your Honor, I'm in sober living. I work for U-Haul. I finished unhooked. I was on my way home from my job, and they ran my name. My father passed away. I ain't gonna lie to you. And I had to make a decision. You know, he's on hospice. And I've never missed it. I would have gone. You know, I'm still in sober living. I'm going to Choice Integrative right now. I'm sober. And my father was everything to me. And I'll call my sister back. I was just hoping to stay in that $100 range because I have the money to bond out. I will appear. I am in treatment right now. Honestly, I am. I go 5 days a week. I work as a manager for U-Haul over on Apache Boulevard on Main Street, and I live on Dewan Street. I got a valid address, 7535 East Dewan Circle in Mesa. I've been staying there for months, for the last 6 months. I did contact my attorney. I was going to come in and take care of this. It's just been overwhelming with my wife a year and a half ago, and with my father. And if I could stay in that range, I promise you, I'm in treatment. I will be here, Your Honor. But I am in treatment. I've continued treatment. I've been sober since 2024. And like I said, I was sitting at the train station, and they said I got some bus passes from Joseph the worker, but they said they looked suspicious, and he asked me for my ID. I even gave him my Pennsylvania driver's license. I said, "I'm sorry, your officer. I was going to take care of this." And they knew I was coming from work because the train station is right across from U-Haul right there. I'm just asking. I mean, I have the money now. I'm on $100. I will be here in court. I won't miss. I'm sober. I'm working. I have a valid address. I won't miss, Your Honor. And I got my sponsor and several people that will vouch for me. And I don't want to lose my job. It's been very hard.
What did you say your current address was?
It's 7535 East Dewan Circle, Mesa, Arizona, 852008. I might be off one digit, but I can look at my phone.
Is that an apartment, a home?
It's a house. You know where San Sosa you know where Banner Baywood is? Okay, yeah. It's on Power Road. You go to the next one up there where there's no bus route because I ride my bike. It starts with the S. You get off the freeway. It's right by Superstition Mall. It's a sober living home ran by Jordan.
How long did you say you've been living in this particular location?
I've been there 4 months, over 4.5 months. And I'm also in Choice Integrative on Mesa and Central. And my case manager, Matthew, can verify it. I talked to my sponsor last night in Mesa County and then in the jail. My sister just sent $100 from Pennsylvania to get me out. I'm just telling you, I kind of make a choice between my dad.
When you say she sent it, where did she send it?
She sent it to my book so I could self-bond out.
Okay.
And I'm struggling right now. It was really hard to find a job with my felonies because I have done prison time in the past. But I can tell you this, Your Honor, I'm sober today, and I'm going to classes. I got a sponsor, and I got a job.
I am happy to hear that.
It's been hard. I lost my wife in 2024 to a fentanyl overdose, and I will show up, Your Honor. I promise. I'm here now.
I'll reduce your bond back down to the $100. Everything else is going to remain the same. There's going to be a generic phone number on your paperwork to contact the probation department within 72 hours. You must contact them within 72 hours of release. So that way, when you go to your probation revocation hearing, that's not another issue you have to address, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So make sure you contact them. Make sure you go to that hearing on April 10th. If you fail to appear, you'll lose the bond that you posted, and another warrant will issue, and then your bond will increase.
I'll be there, Your Honor. I promise.
All right. Please take a seat in the gallery. We'll get that reprinted and back over to you. Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Shannon Guai to the podium and Kathy Castillo to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Shannon Guai, 11/27/86.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you related to a pending case for dangerous drugs and drug paraphernalia. I'm going to affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you and set a status conference April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. It looks like in this case you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500.
Okay.
In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You'll also need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you were to fail to appear again, another warrant would issue and you'd forfeit the bond that you posted.
Okay.
This will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left and the officer will get you that paperwork. Kathy Castillo to the podium. Ryan Drury to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Kathy Castillo, 1677.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a probation violation warrant with allegations that you violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 15. I am appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a probation revocation hearing April 10th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $400. In the event you post your bond and are released from custody, you will have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Ryan Drury to the podium and Darren Spencer to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Brian Belgery, March 1479.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 2 probation violation warrants with allegations that you violated terms 3, 5, 7, and 15. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a probation revocation hearing April 10th at 8:30. In each case, you have a bond of $150 for a total bond of $300. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir. Darren Spencer to the podium. Robert to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Darren Spencer, 2/18/85.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case that is for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, on a failure to appear warrant that was issued for you related to a pending dangerous drug charge in drug paraphernalia possession. I'm going to affirm the attorney that was previously appointed and set a status conference April 14th at 8:30. It does look like you're also on probation as it relates to this case. I am going to give you release conditions You cannot possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You do have a secured appearance bond of $250. So in the event you post that bond, you will be released. But then again, you must make sure you contact your probation officer within 72 hours. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Robert Nestorek to the podium. Veronica Villa to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Robert Nestrag, 10/3/73.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of assault, 1 count of disorderly conduct, and 1 count of criminal damage. They're all Class 1 misdemeanors. Due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. I am finding probable cause, so I'm going to set a hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on April 21st at 9 a.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing, but you do have written conditions of release. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. If you have any belongings you need to get from that location, you may contact law enforcement for 1 civil standby to collect those things.
Okay.
This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Veronica Villa to the podium and Darlene Beek to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Veronica Villa, 12676.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on 2 cases. You're here on a new case as well as a warrant that was issued. Your new charge is for 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of obstruction or refusal to provide a true name, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges in this case, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Buckeye Municipal Court. That'll take place on April 21st at 2 p.m. You have a second case on the calendar. A direct complaint was filed on December 31st of 2025. It has an offense date of August 21st of 2025. It is for 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. In that case, I'm appointing an attorney to represent you, and you're going to have some hearings, but those hearings will take place in the downtown Superior Courthouse. It's a status conference, April 20th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 22nd at 8:30. So it does work out that your hearings are 3 days in a row, but just make sure that you pay attention to the location because it is in different locations. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings, but you do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And then you'll just need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant would issue, and then you'd likely be held on bond at that next hearing. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
Thank you.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, ma'am. I'm just going to take a quick moment, and then I will call the next case. I just have to handle an urgent matter. If I could have Darlene Beek to the podium and Michael Hernandez to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Darlene Beek, January 30, 1972.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case. It is for 2 counts of dangerous drug possession and 1 count of narcotic drug possession. Those are Class 4 felonies. And 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. For purposes of today, I'm not finding probable cause for the narcotic drug charge. I am finding probable cause for the other charges. That doesn't mean the narcotic drug charge is dismissed. It just simply means I don't have enough information today. They may supplement the information or test any substances they located. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you and set a status conference, April 20th at 8:30. and a preliminary hearing April 22nd at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, and you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will be included in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No, thank you very much.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Michael Hernandez to the podium. Juan Tom to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Michael Hernandez, 12/30/1974.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of assault and one count of disorderly conduct, both Class 1 misdemeanors. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense if you would like. You will have an arraignment hearing that will take place in the Surprise Municipal Court on April 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. If you have any belongings at that location that you need to pick up, you may contact law enforcement for one civil standby to collect any of those belongings. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
I live in California. Can I do any video with the court from there, from California, or do I need to come back to?
That will be up to the Surprise Municipal Court. Right now, you're here before the Superior Court. We're handling this hearing for them.
Okay.
I can't give you permission on their behalf. I did include their phone number. You may contact them to see if they will allow that request or if they require a formal
Either
written
one,
motion.
I'll show up, but I was just wondering if I could.
If you aren't able to resolve that prior to that hearing and you show up on April 28th, you could ask the judge at that time.
Okay.
It's just not something I can grant on their behalf. I don't know if they have the capabilities of that, okay?
No problem.
All right, please step to your left. Officer will get you that paperwork. Juan Tom to the podium. Daniel Pfeiffer to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Juan Enrique Tom, January the 26th of 1970.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because a warrant issued for your arrest for failing to pay some fines on a previous charge for criminal trespass. Due to the nature of your charge, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You will have a hearing in the West Mesa Justice Court on April 21st at 8:30 in the morning. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess drugs without a valid prescription. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And then you'll need to ensure that you attend this hearing. I've also included their phone number if you need to contact them for any questions. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Daniel Pfeiffer to the podium. Dylan Irely to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Daniel Pfeiffer, July 9th, 1997.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because a warrant was issued out of the West Mesa Justice Court on October 15th of 2025. It has an offense date of September 2nd, 2024. It does include multiple counts of DUI, Class 1 misdemeanors. It does look like it is for one count of DUI with a BAC of .08 or more. In addition to that, so 3 counts of DUI, Class 1 misdemeanors, 1 count of reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and 1 count of exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I am appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a hearing in the West Mesa Justice Court, April 21st at 8:30 in the morning. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume alcohol, and you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will be included in your paperwork. Did you have questions?
No, I was just going to say, the reason it was so far back is I actually went to court for it, and they had told me everything was dropped. And so I actually never even knew that a warrant was issued, so that's why I'm here.
Okay, they may not have sent you anything. I'm not sure because it's a justice court case. But this warrant is the initial arrest warrant. They may have tried to mail it. They may not have.
Okay.
But as a result of that, they did just issue the warrant. So just make sure you go to that hearing on April 21st, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Dylan Irely to the podium. Richard Martinez to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Dylan Irely, December 23rd, 1991.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case for 1 count of dangerous drug possession and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession. The dangerous drug possession is a Class 4 felony. The drug paraphernalia possession is a Class 6 felony. For purposes of today, I'm not finding probable cause for these charges. I don't have enough information to do so. However, that does not mean that the charges are dismissed. It just simply means that I don't have enough information today, so you will be released and given some hearing dates. They still may move forward with these charges, though, if they supplement the information or test any substance they located. So what I'll do is still appoint an attorney to represent you, set a status conference April 20th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 22nd at 8:30. If you fail to appear for either of those hearings, a warrant would still issue for your arrest, and then you would be held on bond at that next hearing, okay? Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, if you could take a seat in the gallery, we do need to reprint this paperwork.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Martinez to the podium. Martinez, right here. May I get your name and date of birth, sir?
Richard Martinez, October 20, 1998.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a new case for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony. For purposes of today, I am not finding probable cause for these charges. That does not mean they are dismissed. I just don't have enough information today. They may supplement the report or test the substance and charge you with this. So I'm still going to appoint an attorney and give you some hearing dates that you must attend. Okay. You'll have a status conference April 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 22nd at 8:30. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest. I do note it looks like you do have 2 warrants with the City of Phoenix. So while I am releasing you as to this case, you may be taken to see a different judge, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you'll take a step to your left, officer will get you that paperwork. The remaining cases will proceed as house calls due to being a danger to self or others. Case number 19, Melissa Ross, date of birth October 26, 1970. She is here on a new case for 1 count of disorderly conduct, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent her. She is going to have a status conference April 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 22nd at 8:30. I am releasing her to the supervision of pretrial services. She does have written conditions of release. She may not initiate contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. She may not possess weapons, and she may not possess any simulated weapons to include BB guns, pellet guns, or any replicas of deadly weapons. It also appears that she does live in an apartment complex, and she may not loiter or linger in any common areas. She may return if management by the apartment complex does allow her to do so. This will all be included in her paperwork. Number 21, Johnny Thomas, date of birth November 14th, 1985, is here on a probation violation warrant with allegations he violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 7. I am appointing an attorney to represent him and setting a hearing on April 10th at 8:30. I am affirming the no bond in this case, so he will remain in custody until at least that hearing on April 10th at 8:30. All of this will be in his paperwork. If anything changes after I meet with these parties, I will update the written record. This concludes our 8 a.m. calendar, and we will now stand in recess until 11 a.m.
Okay, sir, you're here today because you have a warrant for your arrest out of South Tucson City Court.
Okay.
On this charge, I am going to release you. I know you're being held on other things.
Yes, sir.
But on this one, I am going to release you.
If you don't mind me, what was the charges or what is it, please?
It's a warrant for theft.
Okay. Yeah, I went to court yesterday, so I'm going to prison for 3 years, so I think, yeah.
All right, I'm going to release you on this case and let them know that you're in custody on other things, and then they'll probably make a video appearance for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good luck.
Appreciate it.
Good luck to you.
God bless you.
And when the people say their names, if you could help me with who they are, sometimes it's hard for me to. And the next one should be 101, right? I was going to ask once they have the next person sit down. Hi, can I have your name, please?
John Michael Barry.
Okay, and before we get to that, can I ask the jail, do you believe that we have any Spanish speakers today?
Not today, Your Honor. And just so that the court is aware, Ms. Rosales will not be available this morning.
Okay, that's who I was waiting for. Okay. I will see her tonight then. Can you make a copy?
May the interpreter be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, the interpreter, can you make a copy of that patch page for me and just hand it to me? Yes, and then if we need you, we'll give you a call, okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day. Interpreter disconnecting.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Barry, you're here today on charges of promoting prison contraband. I'm Judge Hazel. I'm here to conduct your network hearing. Does the state have a recommendation in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor, the state's recommendation is a $500 bond. He's pending another case, and it looks like he's a 5 out of 6 on the NCA scale and a 3 out of 6 on the FTA scale.
And what was the bond you were requesting again?
$500.
Okay, thank you. All right, attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're also asking for a low nominal bond for time credit. He is being held on another matter.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, I'm going to set your bond at $500, cash secured. Set you for a new hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Remain law-abiding, and I'm appointing the Office of Public Defender to represent you in all further proceedings. So on this matter, sir, your next court date is April the 14th. Good luck to you. Sir, can I have your name, please? Yeah.
Raymond Armijo, sir.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today because you have a warrant out of Justice Court and you have some warrants out of City Court as well. On your Justice Court warrant, I'm going to release you, give you a new court date of April the 14th at 9:30 in the morning in Justice Court in Tucson with Judge Garza. You are being released, but you must appear on that date and time. Let's go over your look at your Tucson City Court cases now. Looks like you have some trespassing warrants out of the city of Tucson. Okay, I'm going to release you and give you a new court date. That new court date is April the 5th, or April the 1st, or May the 1st, I'm sorry, at 9 o'clock in the morning with Judge Hale in Tucson City Court. Standard release conditions will apply in all courts, including no alcohol, no drugs, no don't return to the scene of the crime. All right, you're going to be released. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Amigo, all the way up.
Can I have your name, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Brittany Contreras.
Okay, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on two things. First, you have new charges out of Marana for shoplifting. Pursuant to that judge's request, I'm going to release you and give you a new court date in Marana on April the 29th at 10 a.m. Standard release conditions will apply, including don't return to that store location. No firearms, no weapons, no alcohol, no drugs. Remain law abiding. So your next court date in Marana is April the 29th. Let's go on to your Justice Court case now. You have a warrant out of Justice Court for trespassing. On that charge, I am going to release you and give you a new court date of April the 23rd at 10:30 in the morning in Justice Court in downtown Tucson with Judge Steele. Those same release conditions that I went over earlier will apply. So you have court on the 23rd and 29th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck to you.
Mr. Vega?
Good morning.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Michael Vega.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today because you have a warrant out of Marana Municipal Court. I'm going to release you pursuant to their request. Give you a new court date of April the 29th at 10 a.m. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Don't return to the scene of the crime. Don't have any contact with any victims and remain law abiding. So your new court date is April the 29th at 10 a.m. You must appear or another warrant will issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, I understand.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Sam Carter. I don't feel good and I've got a hospital appointment.
Okay, I need to know his name.
Say your name.
Sam Carter.
Mr. Carter, you're here today because you have multiple charges out of the city of Tucson. I'm going to release you and give you a new court date of May the 20th at 9:30 in the morning. Standard release conditions will apply, including remain law abiding. Don't return to the scene of any crimes, no alcohol, no firearms, no weapons. You are being released. Good luck to you. The next date is May 5th at 9:30 in the morning. Hi, can I have your name, please?
Yes, Isaiah McWilliams.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today because you have multiple warrants from the city of Tucson out of Judge Mayhew's court. At his request, I'm setting your bond at $1,000 cash secured. I'm going to give you a new court date of April the 4th, or April the 14th, I'm sorry, by video. If you post that bond and are released, you must appear on May the 5th. I am appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Standard release conditions will be remain law-abiding. No alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. So your bond has been set at $1,000. You have court dates on April 14th, and if you post the bond, May the 5th. Good luck to you.
Question.
Yeah.
The $1,000 bond, is that to be paid in full?
It's a cash secured bonding, means you can use a bonding agent if you wish.
Okay.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Quesada?
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Miguel Angel Quesada.
I'm Judge Hazel. You have a warrant for your arrest out of Tucson for drug charges. I'm going to release you and give you a new court date of May the 4th at 9 a.m. in Tucson City Court with Judge Maldonado. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Remain law-abiding. You are being
Your Honor.
released. Okay?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just so that the court is aware, Mr. Quesada does have Superior Court hold.
Okay, well, you'll still be in release, but I'm going to give you a non-transport review with a public defender. That means that they'll make sure that you don't get lost in the system. And we'll do that on May the 15th, okay?
Alright.
If you get released, you'll be, you need to go to Tucson City Court and get a new court date, okay?
All right. Is that as soon as possible?
Well, if you get released on your Superior Court matter, you can go to Tucson City Court at any time.
All right. Thank you.
Huh?
Zuckwitz?
Oh, I know that.
I'll let you.
Oh. Let me see where it says that. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. What's your name?
Jared Suffolitz.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today because you have a warrant out of Tucson City Court for paraphernalia possession. You also have a Superior Court hold. I'm going to release you on this charge, set you for a video review on May the 15th at 9 a.m. and appoint the Office of the Tucson City Public Defender to represent you. If you are released from Tucson, you'll need to appear in Tucson City Court and get a new court date, okay?
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you.
All good.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Alan Shingler.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on new charges out of Tucson City Court of assault. You also have a hold out of Superior Court. So what I'm going to do on this city court charge is I'm going to release you, set you for a video review at 9 a.m. on May the 15th. Standard release conditions will apply, but I am appointing a Tucson City Public Defender to represent you. You do get released on your Superior Court case, you need to go to Tucson City Court and they will give you a new court date, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck to you. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Antonio Taper.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on new charges of disorderly conduct assault. I'm going to release you. Oh, yeah. All right, this is the one we have a victim on the line on this matter? What? Ma'am, you have to unmute if you're on the phone. If somebody's on the phone in Mr. Taper's case, you need to unmute. Well, star six. Is there anybody on the phone on this call? Hello? Is this Kimberly? Hi, this is Judge Hazel. What would you like me to know?
Okay. Was that Antonio? That was not Antonio speaking.
Hey, ma'am, Antonio is in front of me. Would you like to make a statement or no?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what's actually going on here because when this happened, they told me that they didn't have any evidence that he had done anything. There was no proof. They were not going to issue a warrant for his arrest. And it was over with.
Okay, ma'am.
Now I'm getting a call. I'm getting a call today from pretrial services stating that he has been arrested, so on and so forth.
Okay, ma'am, I'm here to ask you what your position on this is release. Do you have a position?
What do you mean?
Well, do you want him to stay in jail? Do you want him to be released? Do you want to have contact?
Okay, so this was the only charge?
Ma'am, I just need your position, please.
Let him stay in jail.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, I'm going to take the following actions in this case. I'm going to release you and give you a new court date of May the 5th, or May the 12th, I'm sorry, with Judge Million.
Yes, sir.
Standard release conditions will apply. Please pay attention to these release conditions. No alcohol, no drugs, no firearms, no contact with any victims, don't return to the scene of the crime. You are being released, but obviously this person doesn't want to have any contact with you. You just heard that on the phone.
Yes, sir. And I have a restraining order on her already, sir.
I don't want to talk about that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I want you to understand.
There's no restraining order. This is a bunch of bullshit. This is why he needs to stay locked up, because he's going to come out and he's going to come after me again. This is why I want him to stay locked up.
Okay, ma'am, this is a misdemeanor. The law presumes that he's being released. Thank you to both of you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I've told you what my expectations are. I am here often enough that if I see you again, I will remember, so please don't do that.
Yes, sir.
Only going to get you in trouble. All right, good luck.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Leslie Zapata.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on charges of disorderly conduct and assault, domestic violence. I am going to release you. I'm going to give you a new court date of May the 12th at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Million in Tucson City Court. Following release conditions will apply, and I need you to pay attention to these release conditions. No alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Don't go to the scene of the crime. Have no contact with any victims. If you have property at that location, you can contact Tucson Police Department and go over there and retrieve that property. Do you understand you cannot go back to that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are being released. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
What happened to number 6? Did we do number 6? Isn't it a misdemeanor? Huh? Oh, yeah, they have a warrant, yeah. Hi, can I have your name, sir?
Sorry, Judge, I had it on mute.
Can I have your name, sir?
Pedro Alfonso Alvarez.
Sir, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today because you have new charges of prohibited possession of a deadly weapon and a warrant out of South Tucson. The state have a position on this matter?
The state is asking for a bond in the amount of $1,000. The defendant has a failure to appear within the past 2 years. He's a 5 out of 6 on the NCA scale and a 5 out of 6 on the FTA scale.
Thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Alvarez is released to pretrial services. He is fully employed. He's been working with the same employer for about 5 years. He's scheduled to work this week. He has long ties to Tucson, and he did successfully complete parole in 2021. If he were released, he'd go to his mother's house. So we're asking that he's released to pretrial services.
Thank you. I'm going to set this matter for preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. I'm going to set the bond at $500 cash secured. Pretrial bonds posted. Following release conditions. Do not drive without a valid license, no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. If he's in possession of any firearms, they need to be surrendered to law enforcement. I am appointing the office of matter in all further proceedings. Let's go on to his warrant out of South Tucson. On a South Tucson warrant, I am going to release him, give him a new court date of April the 21st at 10 a.m. with those same standard release conditions. Sir, you have the court dates on the 14th and the 21st, but South Tucson may move your court forward if you're still in custody. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Apodaca.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Genesis Apodaca.
I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today charged with criminal damage and endangerment. Does the state have a position in this matter?
The state is asking that the defendant be released to pretrial services.
Any objections from defense?
No, Judge.
Ma'am, I'm going to release you through the supervision of pretrial services. I'm going to set your matter for a preliminary hearing on April the 24th at 1:30 p.m. in Justice Court. Standard release conditions will apply, including don't drive without a valid license, no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. You will be supervised by pretrial services. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Your next court date is April the 24th. Good luck to you, ma'am. You're being released.
Thank you. Good day.
Grábalo. All the way up.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Yes, Eric Zachariopoulos.
I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today charged with possession of narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia. State have a position on this matter?
The state is asking for a bond of $1,500. The defendant scores a 4 out of 6 on the NCA scale and a 3 out of 6 on the FTA scale.
Attorney for is the county attorney good with the steps hearing? I see that's recommended by pretrial services.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney for the defendant, then, please.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Avalos is released to pretrial services and that you set step hearing. He is employed. He's working as a cook. He's scheduled to work this week. He is eligible for steps. He has ties to Tucson, confirmed housing with his mother, and he has the support of his sister.
All right, and is the defendant waiving time for timely preliminary hearing?
Yes, Judge.
All right, I'm going to release them through the supervision of pretrial services with standard release conditions, including no alcohol, drugs, no firearms. Appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'm going to set this for a steps hearing on April the 13th at 9 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on May the 19th. Sir, a steps hearing is a program where if you complete that program, your case will be dismissed. It's a great benefit to you. Your attorney will give you more details about that. Your next hearing on that matter is April the 13th. If you complete the program again, the case can be dismissed. You are being released, but there is an expectation that you will complete that program.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Ms. Billy.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Christopher Beanie.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of dangerous drugs.
Yes, sir.
Does the state have a position on this matter?
The defendant is pending charges in another Superior Court case. The state is asking for a $500 bond.
Okay. Attorney for the defendant. So you're asking for that bond in lieu of no bond, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Judge, we're asking for release to pretrial services. He does appear to be eligible for steps, and he has long ties to Tucson.
Okay. Obviously, if he's on release, I need to defer to the state's recommendation. I'm going to set the bond at $500 cash secured. Pretrial if bond is posted. I am going to set this for a steps hearing on the 13th at 9 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on the 14th. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms, and appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Sir, you are being held on a bond, but you are eligible for the STEPS program. If you complete that program, it can result in the dismissal of your case, and that could be a benefit to you. Good luck to you.
Sir. Thank you.
Ms. Chacon.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
My name is Bobby Chacon.
I am Judge Hazel. You're here today on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of narcotic drugs. The state have a position on this matter?
The defendant scores 3 of 6 on the NCAA scale and 5 of 6 on the FTA scale. The state's asking for a $500 bond.
Okay, thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Chacon is released to pretrial services and that you set a steps hearing. He appears to be eligible for steps. Pretrial services identified this as nonviolent, and it appears that his prior is nonviolent and from 2015.
Does he waive time for a timely preliminary hearing?
Yes, Judge.
All right, sir, I'm going to release you through pretrial services. I am going to set this matter for a steps hearing on the 13th and a preliminary hearing, 13th of April, preliminary hearing on May 19th. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms, and monitoring by pretrial services. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in all further proceedings. You've been given an opportunity to complete what's called the STEP program. That's a diversion program that if you complete, your case will be dismissed. It's a beneficial program to you, and you should consider that. Make sure you make all future court hearings.
Thank you.
Mr. Chavez.
Sir, can I have your name?
Marco Rodriguez Chavez.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today charged with possession of narcotic drug, possession of narcotic drugs for sale, possession of weapons as a prohibited possessor, and using a firearm in a drug offense. State have a position on this matter?
The state is asking for a bond of $1,500. The defendant scores 4 out of 6 on the NCA scale and 5 out of 6 on the FTA scale. He has 2 or more prior failures to appear within the past 2 years.
Thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Travis is released to pretrial services. Pretrial services identified these charges as nonviolent. He has ties to Tucson. He's employed. He's been working with the same employer for 3 years. He's scheduled to work this week. And if he were released, he'd go home.
Thank you. I'm going to set the bond at $1,000 cash secured pretrial if bond is posted. I'm going to set this matter for a preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms, remain law-abiding. If he has any firearms, they must be surrendered to law enforcement. I am appointing the Office of Public Defender to represent him on all further proceedings. So your next court date is April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. If you post the bond, you will be released, but must appear. If you don't, then you'll be transported to that hearing, and I have provided an attorney for you. Good luck to you.
Ms. Gomez?
Can I have your name, please?
Eliana Gomez.
I am Judge Hazel. You're here today on charges of possession of narcotic drug, possession of narcotic drug for sale, possession of a firearm in a drug offense. You have 2 warrants out of Justice Court and 6 warrants out of Tucson City Court. Does the state have a position on the felony matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a bond of $7,500. This defendant appears to have 9 failures to appear within the past 2 years and is a 5 out of 6 on the NCA scale and a 6 out of 6 on the FTA scale.
Thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, if you're inclined to release from the misdemeanors, we're asking for release on the felonies. Otherwise, we're asking for a low bond for time credit. She's a lifelong resident of Tucson, or of Arizona, and she's been in Tucson since 2019. She has no felony priors. She lives with her mother, and she's also employed as a caregiver, and she's scheduled to work this week.
Okay, thank you. First, on the felony matter, I'm going to set the matter for a preliminary hearing on April the 19th at 1:30 p.m. I am going to set the bond at $7,500 cash secured. Pretrial bond is posted. Standard release conditions will apply, including don't drive without a valid license, no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. If released, supervision through pretrial services. I am going to appoint the Office of Legal Defender in this matter. Again, the bond has been set at $7,500. The new court date is April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. Let's go on now to her Justice Court matters. She has 2 warrants out of Justice Court. On both of those Justice Court matters, I'm going to set the bond at $100 and set a new court date of Monday at 1 o'clock. On both of those matters, I'm going to appoint William Parvin to be her lawyer. So the total bond on the Justice Court matters is $200, as she has 2 cases out of Justice Court. Let's go on to her Tucson City warrants now. As I indicated, she has 6 warrants out of the city of Tucson. On that matter, on the Tucson City matters, I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender to represent her. I'm going to set the bond at $500 cash secured.
For everything, Judge? For
all of her Tucson warrants, yes.
Okay.
And set the matter for a hearing, first on a video review hearing on the April 14th at 1:45 p.m. and if she is released on May the 5th at 9 a.m. with standard release conditions and including appointing the Tucson City Public Defender to represent her in all proceedings. Good luck to you, ma'am. You have future court hearings coming up. Thank you.
Judge McCoy?
Okay, good.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Can I have your name, please?
My name is John Hunt.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today charged with aggravated assault, strangulation. Does the state have a position on this matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a $25,000 bond due to the nature of the offenses. This defendant also has a prior conviction for the same offense with a different victim in 2022.
Okay. All right. Before I go on.
Judge, sorry, I'm the victim, Michaela Lucero.
Okay, I was about to talk to you. Yes. Tell me your position on his release, please.
To not be released, to stay in there.
Okay, and you don't want any further contact with him, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Hunt is released to pretrial services, or if you're not inclined for release, a substantially lower bond. He has ties to Tucson. He lives with his mother. He started a job and he's scheduled to start. He's accepted a job and he's scheduled to start this week.
Thank you. I'm going to set the bond at $20,000 cash secured, pretrial bonds posted. I'm going to set the matter for a preliminary at 1:30 p.m. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Release through pretrial if he is released and post the bond. No contact with any victims and don't return to the scene of the crime. Lastly, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent the defendant in all further proceedings. So your bond is $20,000 cash secured. Your next hearing is April the 14th, and you're to have no contact with any victims. Good luck to you, sir.
Judge, the scene of the crime is his mom's house.
He can deal with that if he posts the bond.
Okay.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Brandon Kennedy.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today because you have charges of possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you understand why you're here?
Yes, sir.
The state have a position on this matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a $1,500 bond based on the defendant's prior failures to appear. He is a 4 out of 6 on the NCA scale and a 6 out of 6 on the FTA scale. He's also pending charges in another Superior Court case where he failed to appear at the pretrial conference.
Okay, thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Kennedy is released to pretrial services and that a steps hearing is scheduled. He has ties to Tucson and he lives with his mother.
All right, thank you. I'm going to set the bond at $1,000 cash secured, set the matter for a preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. I'm going to set the matter for a steps hearing on April the 13th at 9 a.m. That bond will be set at $1,000 cash secured. Pretrial bond is posted. Appointing the Office of the Public Defender. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Sir, your next court date is the 13th and then 14th. You are eligible for the steps hearing, which is a program that allows your case to be dismissed if you complete it. Good luck to you, and if you post the bond, you need to make all future court hearings, okay?
Mr. Lewis?
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Isaiah Lewis.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on new charges of possession of narcotic drugs, possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have warrants out of Tucson City Court as well as Justice Court. Does the state have I'm sorry, you have a warrant out of Superior Court. So does the state have a position on the Superior Court warrant? The bond had been set at $500.
Your Honor, we're asking the court to affirm the $500 on the warrant.
Okay. Attorney for the defendant on the Superior Court warrant.
Judge, we're asking for release on the Superior Court warrant. He didn't know that he previously had court.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to take the following actions in this matter. I am going to affirm the $500 bond out of Superior Court and set the matter for a arraignment on the 10th at 1:30 p.m. I'm going to set the bond or affirm the bond amount of $500. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Standard release conditions will apply, including monitoring by pretrial services if he does post the bond. All right, let's go on now to the new Justice Court case. He has a new case out of Justice Court for possession of narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of dangerous drugs. Does the state have a recommendation in that matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a $5,000 bond. The defendant has 2 or more prior failures to appear in the past 2 years. He ranks as a 6 out of 6 on the NCA scale and a 6 out of 6 on the FTA scale.
All right, attorney for the defendant.
Judge, any bond is going to be akin to no bond for Mr. Lewis, and he does have a $500 bond. So we're asking for a concurrent bond for time credit and that a steps hearing is set.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am going to set the bond in the new matter at $500. It will not be concurrent, however. I'm going to set the matter for a preliminary hearing also on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m., but I am setting a steps hearing on April the 13th. Again, if he posts this bond, he will be supervised by pretrial services, appointing the Office of the Public Defender again, and with standard release conditions, meaning do not drive without a valid license, no alcohol, no drugs, no firearm. And again, appointing the Office of the Public Defender. So total bond on the felony matters is $1,000. I'm sorry. Let's go on to the warrant out of Justice Court. He has a paraphernalia warrant out of, Tucson City Court. What I'm going to do on that matter is set that matter for a non-transport review on May 15th. I am going to issue standard release conditions with the additional condition appointing the Tucson City Public Defender. So if you get released on these felonies, you should go to Tucson City Court for a new court date. Good luck to you, sir.
And Judge, on May 15th, what time is the hearing set for?
It's 9 o'clock. It's a video hearing. So if it gets released, you should go to Tucson and they'll make arrangements for a new hearing. What's the purple file mean? It's a DB case with Rock. Thank you. Sir, could I have your name, please?
Dave Vaughn, Raymond Smith Moulton.
I think you're gonna say it again.
I didn't hear what he said.
Dave Vaughn, Raymond Smith Moulton.
Yeah, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on two things. You have a warrant for your arrest out of Tucson City Court on a domestic violence case, which the judge is requesting a bond, and you have new charges of possession of a dangerous drug. The state have a position on this matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a $1,500 bond. The defendant has 3 prior violent convictions. He's a 4 out of 6 on the NCA scale and a 3 out of 6 on the FDA scale. He currently does not have a known residence.
Thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Moten is released to pretrial services and that you set a steps hearing. He's lived in Tucson for 5 years. Pretrial services identified these charges as nonviolent.
Thank you. I'm going to set the bond at $500 cash secured. Pretrial if bond is posted. Set a steps hearing on April the 13th at 9 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. Standard release conditions will all apply in this case, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent the defendant in all further proceedings. Let's go on now to the Tucson City Court case. He has a probation violation out of Tucson City Court from Judge Million. What I'm going to do in that matter is set the matter for a video review on April the 22nd at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Million. If he is released, he would also appear at that same date and time. Again, I'm going to set the bond at $1,000 with standard release conditions in that matter. So, sir, I believe your total bond is $2,000. Good luck to you, sir.
And Judge, is the city PD appointed?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Gracias.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Alexis Nicole Orantes.
I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on charges of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, transportation of narcotic drugs for sale, possession of a firearm in a drug offense, and tampering with evidence. Does the state have a position in this matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a bond of $5,000. The defendant has 2 prior violent convictions, 4 total convictions between 2016 and 2025. She ranks as a 5 out of 6 on the NCA scale and a 4 out of 6 on the FTA scale. She's currently on release in Superior Court.
Okay, thank you. And the bond amount you were requesting again?
$5,000.
All right, thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking for release to pretrial services or a lower bond. She is fully employed and she's a lifelong resident of Tucson. Pretrial services also identified these charges as nonviolent.
Thank you. I'm going to set this matter for preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. I'm going to set the bond at $5,000 cash secured. Following release conditions will apply. No, don't drive without a valid license, no alcohol, no drugs, monitoring by pretrial if she is released. And in this matter, I'm appointing the Office of the Legal Advocate to represent her. Ma'am, your next court date is April the 14th. Your bond has been set at $5,000 cash secured. Good luck to you.
$45.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
John Pino.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on 2 warrants out of the city of Tucson and also a warrant out of Superior Court for charges of narcotic drug possession and possession of drug paraphernalia. The judge in that case set your bond at $500. Does the state have a position on this matter?
The state is asking the court to affirm the $500 bond, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Pino is released to pretrial services, or if you're not inclined, a lower bond. These charges were refiled almost a year after his arrest, and they were refiled after 6 months after he was terminated from the STEPS program, and he never got notice unless he knew the charges were dismissed. If he knew he had court, he would have attended court.
All right, thank you. I'm going to set the matter for an arraignment on April the 10th at 1:30 p.m. I'm going to set his bond at $500 cash secured. Pretrial bond is posted. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. I am appointing the office of the public defender to represent him in all proceedings. Let's go on to his
Judge, I'm so sorry, I missed the bond amount.
$200.
$500. Thank you.
He has drug charges out of the city of Tucson as well. On the Tucson cases, I am going to release him. I'm going to set this for a non-transfer review on May 15th at 9 a.m. Release conditions. And of course, I'm appointing the office of the city public defender to represent him in all Tucson cases. So good luck to you, sir. You have court next week and then a video review with a public defender. All cases have public defenders. Good luck to you. Hi, can I have your name, please?
James Almanza Jr.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today charged with aggravated assault, and then you have a charge out of justice court. Does the state have a position on the felony matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a $5,000 bond due to the nature of the offense. He's alleged to have assaulted a nurse at Sonoran Behavioral Health. He's a 4 out of 6 on the NCA scale and a 3 out of 6 on the FTA scale.
Thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Reneker is released to pretrial services. He has ties to Tucson, and he does freelance cleaning work. He does a lot of community service, Judge. His last arrest was in 2015, and in that matter, he even completed probation early. And Judge, he's 60 years old, so we're asking that he's released to pretrial services.
Okay. I'm going to set the bond at $2,500 cash secured. Pretrial bond is posted. Set it for preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. Following release conditions: no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Pretrial services if he is released. No contact with any victims. Don't return to the incident location. Appoint the office of the public defender. Let's go on to the justice court matter now. I believe they're related. I'm going to set the bond in that matter at $100 cash secured. Give him a new court date of Monday and appoint William Parvin to be his lawyer. Standard release conditions will apply. So the total bond is $2,600. So you'll have court on Monday, and in all matters, you will have an attorney. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gomez.
Sir, can I have your name, please?
Patrick Wayne Robles.
You're here today on charges of possession of narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of dangerous drugs. Does the state have a position on this matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a bond of $1,000. The defendant has 6 prior felony convictions dating back to 2012. He also has one failure to appear within the past 2 years. He's a 4 out of 6 on the NCA scale and a 4 out of 6 on the FTA scale.
Okay, thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Robles is released to pretrial services. He does appear to be eligible for a step screening. He is employed. He's scheduled to work this week. He's also his grandmother's primary caregiver. She's 91. She has diabetes needs and mobility needs. He has long ties to Tucson and confirmed housing.
All right, just one moment. All right, I'm going to take the following actions in this matter. I'm going to set the bond at $1,000 cash secured. Set the matter for preliminary hearing on the 14th, steps hearing on the 13th. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent him in all further proceedings. Let's go on to his Tucson City Court case. He has a new city court case of failure to provide ID, looks like. On that charge, I am going to release him. Appoint the Tucson City Public Defender to represent him. Set it for a non-transport review on May 15th at 9 a.m. with standard release conditions. Sir, you have been set for a steps hearing on the 13th, which is a program that can allow you to get your charge dismissed if completed. And a preliminary hearing the next day. Good luck to you. Can you make sure that I sign that?
Yeah. Oh.
Can I have your name, please?
Mercedes Turner.
Counsel for the defendant, can you have her, can you?
What's your name? Mercedes Turner.
Thank you. Judge Hazel, you're here today on charges of aggravated assault, possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. You have a warrant out of the city of Tucson for trespassing, and it looks like you have 6 or 7 warrants out of the city of Tucson. Does the state have a position on this matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a bond of $15,000 based on the nature of the offense. The defendant also has 3 prior violent offenses, convictions. She has 2 or more failures to appear within the past 2 years. She's a 6 out of 6 on both the NCA and the FTA scales.
Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking for release for Ms. Turner if you're inclined to release her on the misdemeanors. Otherwise, we're asking for a nominal bond for time credit. Judge, there may be some competency concerns for Ms. Turner. So we're asking for a nominal bond for time credit if you're not inclined to release her on the misdemeanors. Otherwise, we're asking for release to pretrial services.
Thank you. On the felony matter, I'm going to set the bond at $5,000 cash secured. Pretrial bond is posted. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms, remain law-abiding, and no contact with any victims. Let's go on to the Justice Court matter now. On the Justice
And Judge, which office is appointed?
Public Defender.
Thank you.
And then on the Justice Court matter, I'm going to set the bond at $100 cash secured, set the matter for Monday at 1 p.m. With standard release conditions, appoint Mr. Parvin to be her lawyer. Let's go on to the Tucson City cases now. As I indicated, she has multiple warrants out of the city of Tucson. On the Tucson City matters, I am going to appoint the Office of the Tucson City Public Defender to represent her. I'm going to set her for a video review on the 14th at 1:45 p.m. She is released. She must appear on April the 30th at the same time, or at 2:30 p.m. I'm sorry. Standard release conditions will apply in this matter as well. I am going to set the bond at $200 cash secured. All right, good luck to you, man.
Ms. Van Dyke?
Can I have your name, please?
Mandy Van Dyke.
I'm Judge Hazel. You're charged with possession of narcotic drugs. State have a position on this matter?
Your Honor, the state recommends that the defendant be released to pretrial services.
And the state's good with the steps hearing, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Attorney for the defendant, do you agree?
Yes, Judge.
Can you waive time for a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to release you and set your matter for a steps hearing on April the 13th at 9 a.m. That's a program that will allow your case to be dismissed if you complete that program. I'm going to set the matter for a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 1:30 p.m. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Be law-abiding. I'm going to appoint contract attorney Aaron Mach to be your attorney in this matter. Your next court date is April the 13th, ma'am. You must appear at that time or a warrant will issue for your arrest. Again, the steps hearing is a program that will allow you to get your case dismissed if you complete that program successfully. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vega?
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Roberto Vega.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on charges of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, possession of dangerous drugs for sale, possession of drug paraphernalia. Does the state have a position on this matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a bond in the amount of $1,000. The defendant has 5 priors between 1999 and 2025. He's a 3 out of 6 on both the NCA and FTA scales. He has prior probation violations as well.
Okay, thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Mr. Vega is released to pretrial services or a lower bond. He's a lifelong resident of Tucson. He works in landscaping and he's scheduled to work this week. If he were released, he'd go to his mother's house. These charges were identified by pretrial services as nonviolent. And my cursory looking at his priors, those also appear to be nonviolent. So we're asking that he's released to pretrial services.
Thank you. I'm going to set his bond at $1,000 cash secured. Pretrial bond is posted. Set the matter for a preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent him in all further proceedings. Sir, your next court date is April the 14th. Your bond has been set at $1,000 cash secured. If you post that bond, you will be released, but you must appear in court. Good luck to you. Can I have your name, please?
Janae Ward.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're today charged with criminal damage and endangerment. The state have a position on this matter?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a bond in the amount of $500. This is a DUI offense with a high BAC. She does have 2 or more failures to appear within the past 2 years.
Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking that Miss Ward is released to pretrial services. She's self-employed, she's a hairdresser, and she has appointments this week. She's a lifelong resident of Tucson. She has no felony priors, and if she were released, she'd go to her mother's house.
Thank you. I am going to set the bond at $500 cash secured. Pretrial bond is posted. Set the matter for a preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. Additionally, I'm going to order no contact with any victims. Don't return to the scene of the crime. I am appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent her in all further proceedings. Good luck to you, ma'am. Your bond is $500 cash secured. If you post it, you will be released, but you must appear. And no contact with any victims. And I have appointed the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
42. No, I need 42. That's
So 41, Sam. Check 41. Don't need it.
Judge, where Ms. Wilkerson is coming.
Okay, thank you. Hi, can I have your name, please? Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today because you have a warrant for your arrest out of Superior Court for aggravated assault, resisting arrest, and then you have 2 warrants for assault out of Tucson City Court. Does the state have a position?
The state is asking that the court affirm the $5,000 bond set by the warrant, Your Honor.
The bond amount in Superior Court is $2,500, but yes, okay, thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
Judge, we're asking for release for Ms. Wilkerson. She was arrested on warrants. They're all from September. There haven't been any new charges since then. She has ties to Tucson, so we're asking for her release.
Thank you. I'm going to affirm the bond amount of $2,500. I'm going to set the matter for an arraignment on April the 10th at 1:30 p.m. in Superior Court. Standard release conditions will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms, no contact with any victims, and don't return to the scene of the crime. In this matter, I am appointing the Office of the Public Defender. Again, arraignment is April the 10th at 1:30 p.m. with the Public Defender. Let's go on now to her 2 warrants out of Tucson City Court for assault. I'm going to set the bond in that matter at $500 with standard release conditions. Set this matter for a video review on April the 14th at 1:45 p.m. If she is released, the new hearing will be May 4th at 2:30 p.m. in Tucson City Court. And again, I am appointing the Tucson City Public Defender in all further proceedings. Good luck to you, ma'am. Is there anything further from the county attorney this afternoon or this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated. Do we have an interpreter?
Yes,
Perfect. Good morning. This is the time set for the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar on April 4th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I will call you each one at a time to the podium. I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room. I will let you know what you are here for, if I have appointed an attorney, if you have a bond, and what your release conditions are. We will go over the victim's rights advisement. If you are a victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. If we could have Mr. Castillo to the podium and Mr. Orr to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
David Castillo, 1996, 01-17.
David Castillo, 1996, 01-17. Jose Garcia, CITS Court Interpreter.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of DUI, a Class 1 misdemeanor. For purposes of today, I am not finding that you are indigent. However, you may hire an attorney at your own expense. You are going to have an arraignment hearing in the Encanto Justice Court on April 23rd at 1:30 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
No, none. Your Honor, the interpreter has a question. May the court repeat the time of the hearing?
Absolutely. The time is set for 1:30 p.m. If you will step to your left, sir, the officer will hand you your paperwork.
Okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Interpreter, will you make a general call to the gallery?
Absolutely, Your Honor. ¿Existe alguien más presente esta mañana que necesite los servicios de interpretación al idioma español? Si por favor puede levantar su mano en este momento.
All right, no hands. I do appreciate your assistance this morning. Feel free to disconnect at your convenience.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a wonderful day. You and your staff.
You too. Thank you so much. And can I have Mr. Orr to the podium and Mr. Garcia to the chair, please? May I get your name and date of birth?
Shaquinton Orr, 11/7/93.
Thank you, sir. And can I get the state's appearance for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gaunt on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Ms. Gaunt. We are here today on 3 cases. We're here on a new case as well as 2 of your probation cases. Your new charges are for 1 count of murder in the first degree, a Class 1 felony, and 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. And because you were on probation in 2 cases at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on 2 Term 1 probation violations. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you in all 3 cases. You're going to have 3 hearings coming up. You'll start with a status conference, April 9th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing, April 10th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 13th at 8:30. These will all take place in the downtown Superior Courthouse. Next, we're going to discuss any bonds you may have and any release conditions you will have. But before we do that, I do want to hear from the state. Ms. Scott, did you want to place the recommendation on the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is asking for $1 million cash-only bond, and if Mr. Orr is able to post that, we'd ask for electronic monitoring along with house arrest. This is a there's a very serious and violent nature of these charges. He allegedly shot the victim multiple times, and unfortunately, the victim succumbed to his injuries. At the time of this offense, he was a prohibited possessor and should not have been in possession of a firearm. The state believes there is a strong weight of the evidence against Mr. Orr. As the court has already indicated, he is on probation for 2 matters, and this appears to be an unprovoked planned attack on the victim. We believe that he is a significant danger to the community. Additionally, we would note to the court that I believe a victim impact statement was provided. In regards to Mr. Orr's 2 probation matters, we'd ask that pursuant to Rule 7.2C that Mr. Orr be held non-bondable on both of those matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. And Mr. Orr, I did review the allegations in this case. I've also reviewed your criminal history. I did receive a victim statement in which I also reviewed along with the state's written recommendation and their recommendations here today on the record. And based on everything, I am going to set a cash bond in the amount of $1 million on your new charges. In the event you are released from custody based on that being posted, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services and equipped with electronic monitoring. You're also going to have written conditions of release. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're also not to have any contact with any third parties or any of the victim's next of kin. You're also not to possess any weapons or alcohol. In addition to that, as it relates to your probation cases, you are being held non-bondable on those cases. So what that means is posting that bond won't get you released until you at least have your probation revocation hearing on April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. And Ms. Gahn, I do believe that was your only case you were appearing for. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Absolutely. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Can I have Mr. Garcia to the podium and Ms. Harold to the chair? May I get your name and date of birth?
Jose Juan Garcia, 1988, June 25th.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 3 cases. You're here on a direct complaint that was filed along with 2 probation violation warrants. The direct complaint was filed on February 10th of 2025. It has an offense date of January 18th of 2024 for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Your probation cases, warrants were issued with allegations that you violated Term 1 of your probation. These were issued on February 25th of 2025. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you in these cases and setting a status conference April 9th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing April 10th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. In your probation case, you have 2 different bond amounts. You have a bond of $5,000 in one case, $500 in the second. In the direct complaint, it's a bond of $100. So between the 3 cases, it's a total bond of $5,600. In the event you were to post that bond and be released from custody, you would have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be included in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Ms. Harold to the podium, and Mr. Crisp to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Lillian Harold, 05/12/2006,
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on 3 cases. You are here today on a new case as well as your 2 probation cases. Your new charge is for 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, a Class 5 felony. And because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on 2 probation term 1 violations. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you. You are going to have a status conference April 9th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing April 10th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. In your new charges, you do have a secured appearance bond of $5,000. In each probation case, it is $500. That is a total bond of $6,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess weapons. You're not to possess or consume alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. This will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Mr. Crisp to the podium and Mr. Walden to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Terry Daquan Chris,
And your date of birth, sir?
2/16/99.
Thank you. You are here today on 3 cases. You are here on a new case as well as 2 probation cases. Your new charges are for 2 counts of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of aggravated domestic violence, Class 5 felony, and 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. And because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on 2 term 1 probation violations.
What's that?
So you're currently on probation in 2 cases, and term 1, oh, excuse me, hold on. They are actually terms 3 and 5. It doesn't look like you've been complying with your probation officer.
I have.
They allege that you failed to report to the adult probation department within 72 hours of release from incarceration on January 16th of 2026. And then you failed to provide a valid or verifiable residence to the adult probation department. So that's what their allegations are as it relates to your probation case. I'm going to find probable cause on your new charges, appoint an attorney to represent you in all of them. You can discuss these probation allegations with your attorney. That hearing will be April 10th at 8:30 for the probation revocation. For your new charges, you have a status conference April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. In your new charges, you do have a secured appearance bond of $5,000. In each probation case, you have a bond. One moment, let me double check your bonds in these cases. It looks like each bond, I'm gonna have to reprint these. The bonds in these cases are each $250. So you have a total bond of $5,500. In the event you post bond in these cases, you do have written conditions of release. It does include not returning to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. If you reside at the same location as the alleged victim, you do have to find an alternative residence, but you may contact law enforcement for 1 civil standby to collect any of your belongings. And then you're also required to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? If you'll take a seat in the gallery, we'll get these reprinted. We need to reprint 12 and 13. Okay, if you just take a seat out there. Mr. Walden to the podium and Mr. Brown to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Trayvon Walden, January 30th, 2003.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of disorderly conduct involving a weapon or a dangerous instrument, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victims. You may not possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Mr. Brown to the podium and Mr. Baker to the chair.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Can I get your name and date of birth?
Daniel Dan Brown, February 16th, 1990.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 2 counts of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of disorderly conduct, Class 6 felony, and 1 count of resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You may not initiate contact with any victims. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you may not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker to the podium and Mr. Glover to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Nicholas Raymond Baker, 11184.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you on February 26th of 2026 for a pending case for dangerous drugs and drug paraphernalia.
Okay.
I'm going to affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you and set a status conference April 9th at 8:30.
Okay.
A preliminary hearing April 13th at 8:30.
Okay.
You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions of release. You may not possess weapons, and you may not possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription.
Okay.
You also need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you
Okay.
were to fail to appear again, another warrant would issue, and you'd forfeit any bond that you posted.
Okay.
This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yes. So they initially said that there was no probable cause, and then I didn't know that there was a date set after that. Like I didn't know when she told me that. I don't know. I was like, so everything I'm dismissed. She was like, yes, but I guess I didn't pay attention to the date after that. So what does that mean moving forward as probable cause been found, or like I'm just confused? You know, she told me that probable cause wasn't found. Is it found now, or?
Right. So she had indicated in her notes that she was unable to find probable cause at the time of the initial appearance
Okay.
hearing. However, she also notes that it does not mean that the charges are dismissed because they may test any substance or provide a supplemental report.
Oh, okay.
It does appear that the county did move forward with that, and they did file an official complaint on February 12th of 2026.
Okay.
And as a result of you failing to appear at that hearing and that petition having been filed, it resulted in a warrant.
Oh,
So
okay.
at this time, a petition has been filed, and the state does intend to pursue these charges.
Okay. So that's $1,000 or 100? Is it 10% of the $1,000?
It is secured, meaning you can use a bail bonding company. If you
okay.
use a bail bonding company, it's typically going to be 10% plus collateral.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Glover to the podium. Ms. Thunderhawk to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Daniel Glover, 10/24/1974.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a probation violation warrant with allegations you violated terms 3, 4, and 9. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a probation revocation hearing on April 10th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
So were I to be reinstated on probation, I would still have to post bond on April 10th?
So if you don't post bond, you'll remain in custody until at least that hearing on April 10th. If they reinstate you on probation, then you would likely be released without having to post the bond, but you would stay here, well, not physically in this building, but in the custody of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office until that date of April 10th.
Oh, and so were I to post bond, I could get out prior to that?
Exactly, and then it would just be your responsibility to get yourself to that hearing on April 10th. If you failed to appear, they would issue a warrant, you'd forfeit the bond. If they reinstate probation, if you attend all of your hearings, then they'll likely return any bond that you posted, absent any fees if you were to use a bail bonding company.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Ms. Thunderhawk to the podium. Emily Tynes to the chair.
Good morning.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Yes, Nicole Thunderhawk, 9/14/1983.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued on March 20th of 2026 related to your probation case. I'm going to affirm the attorney that was previously appointed to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing April 10th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions of release. It does include not possessing weapons or alcohol and contacting your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Tynes to the podium. Ms. Gutierrez to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Emily Tynes, 11/25/86.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you are here on a warrant from the Ajo Justice Court. It is out of county. It looks like it relates to a pre-adjudication warrant that was issued October 15th of 2025 for an offense date of October 6th of 2024 for failure to comply with a court order of first class 1 misdemeanor.
Mm-hmm.
My first question is, are you currently in custody on anything else?
No, I had 24 hours for not doing enough classes.
So you turned yourself in for a 24-hour hold?
Yeah, so the 24-hour hold would have been done this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do then, I'm going to have to change the orders on this case. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance and give you a hearing. However, it is a pretty quick turnaround for the Ajo Justice Court, which I believe is some distance away from here. It will be your responsibility to get yourself to this hearing. Do you think you can get yourself to that hearing if I release you?
Yes.
Okay. I can't change the hearing date. They gave me the date of April 8th at 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
That's when you'll have to be there. Today's April 4th, so you got about 4 days.
So go the day before.
You might want to, depending on how far it is. Due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You can hire an attorney at your own expense if you would like to. If you fail to appear again, another warrant will issue. Well, not again. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue. You'd likely be held on bond at that next hearing. Let me just change these orders and save this. Okay. You have release conditions. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No, not at all. Thank you so much.
If you'll take a seat in the gallery, we'll get that reprinted and brought out to you. Ms. Gutierrez to the podium. Mr. Maddox to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Monique Gutierrez, 2/18/96.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case for 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, 1 count of possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense, both class 4 felonies, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 22nd at 8:30. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, but you do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. In addition to your paperwork, you'll get an envelope. It will have instructions. You'll need to ensure that you read those instructions and contact pretrial services within 72 hours of your release, and then make sure you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at that next hearing. Did you have any questions? No. Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Maddox to the podium, Mr. Serrano to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Yeah, it's Jared and Deshaun Maddox. It's 05131997.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because a direct complaint was filed on March 13th of 2026. It has an offense date of July 15th of 2025 for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a status conference April 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 22nd at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You also need to ensure that you attend these hearings. If you fail to appear at any of them, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at your next hearing. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No,
If you'll take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork.
thank you.
Mr. Serrano to the podium and Dusty to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. Narishi Serrano, 02/17/1991.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on two cases. You're here on a new case as well as your probation case. Your new charge is for one count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. And then because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on a Term 1 probation violation. For your new charge, it is a misdemeanor charge, so your hearings will take place in the Goodyear Municipal Court. I am going to appoint an attorney and set an arraignment hearing on April 22nd at 1 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance, subject to the supervision of the Adult Probation Department. I'm also going to appoint an attorney in your probation case. That hearing will be in the Superior Court on April 10th at 8:30. So you have two hearings coming up, two locations and two dates. You don't have to remember them. They'll be in your paperwork. Just make sure you hang on to that. As I mentioned, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, subject to the supervision of the Adult Probation Department. But you do have an alleged victim in this case, and so I'm going to caution you to read your paperwork very carefully. You may only have contact with the alleged victim if they consent to it. If the alleged victim does not consent to it, then you may not have contact. If they don't consent and you reside with them, you have to find an alternative residence. But you may contact law enforcement for one civil standby to collect your belongings. And because you're on probation, you need to make sure you contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Dusty to the podium and Richard to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Dusty Precesa, 4/20/80.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case for one count of narcotic drug possession and one count of dangerous drug possession, both Class 4 felonies. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You'll have a status conference April 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 22nd at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings. But you do have written conditions of release. You may not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You're also going to need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear at any of them, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at your next hearing. This will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork.
Thank you.
Richard to the podium, and Mario to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Richard Blessant, 4/10/74.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 3 warrants. It looks like they are all from the Peoria Municipal Court, and they all appear to be pre-adjudication warrants that issued on March 17th of 2026. The first one has an offense date of November 22nd of 2025 for one count of obstructing a highway or a public thoroughfare. The second one has an offense date of October 30th of 2025 for one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 1 misdemeanor. And the third one has an offense date of December 19th of 2025 for one count of urban camping, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
I have some confusion on the charges.
So unfortunately, because they're coming out of the Peoria Municipal Court, I don't have any information on these charges. I'm going to give you a hearing date, and they'll be able to give you some more information. Your hearing date is going to take place on April 21st at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. That's the same date and time for all 3 of your cases.
Okay.
That's going to be the appropriate place to ask any questions as it relates to these charges. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
You do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, and you're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to a court-appointed attorney, but you can hire an attorney at your own expense if you would like, okay? Did you have any questions for me?
It wouldn't show by chance in there when the last time I was released from county that I had charges by the prosecutors had been dismissed.
Unfortunately, I can't see that because all I can see is the warrant they provided me a copy with. I can't see any of the information underlying to these charges. I do apologize for that. Once you get to the Peoria Municipal Court, of course, they'll have some more information, a copy of the actual charges. I just don't have them here today.
Okay, I understand that.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you your paperwork. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mario to the podium. May I get your name and date of birth?
Mario Castillo, on March 27, 2004.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the North Valley Justice Court on April 21st at 9 a.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You also need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue, and then you will likely be held on bond at your future hearings. All of this will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. The remaining case will proceed as a house call due to being a danger to self. Case number 18, Tiffany Hurd, date of birth April 4th, 1989. We are here today on one count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor, and one count of criminal littering, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of the charges, she is not entitled to court-appointed counsel. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on April 21st at 9 a.m. I am going to release her today on her own recognizance. That is her promise to appear. She does have written conditions of release. She may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. All of this will be included in her paperwork. If anything changes after I meet with her, I will update the written record. This concludes our 11 a.m. calendar, and we now stand in recess until 2 p.m.